As we get started, we are going to have more than enough time to connect, and we look forward to those connections, very valuable connections that we are facilitating with today's event. You're all welcome to the Africa Policy Conversations, Africa Economic Empowerment event. I think if we can open things up by showing some excitement about today's conversation with a round of applause. Thank you very much. Great time to kill the music there. All right, you're all welcome. Thank you so much. We look forward to having you all participate in this conversation. We are talking about Africa Economic Empowerment. Of course, it is UNGA Week right here in New York. And as I began to think about the event, we know that UNGA is all about global leaders coming together to talk about the state of socio-political issues across the world and how we can all come together to make the world a better place. But as we do all that, I think there is very little doubt that this continent in the center of the world called Africa is becoming more and more important in the scheme of things. Great opportunities exist, and we look forward to unpacking many of them as we have these conversations today. So you're all welcome again. Just to give you a sense of what's coming up, a couple of things as I do some very important housekeeping. First is to just highlight that we are accepting donations. The Africa Policy Conversation is accepting donations, and you might find, especially to my left, which is to your right, some QR codes on sheets of paper there. If you scan on that, you get more information about that. But to enlighten you more about Africa Policy Conversations and to hopefully spur you to make many of those donations, no doubt we'll be talking more about what it's all about. So this is holding, as I mentioned, UNGA Week. We had this happen last year, and we look forward to unpacking many important themes relating to investing on the African continent. But before we get into the depth of the conversation we're having today, I think just to get us all comfortable in the room, I know it's likely to fill up as we go along, but I want to encourage you all to make the effort. I have already started. I met Zanetti earlier, and I think we're going to connect. There are opportunities to work. You agree with me, right? Okay, so I want to encourage you all to also connect. So I want to take about 2 or 3 minutes, encourage you to step over to another table, meet someone you don't know, and let's get the networking going. So over to you. Thank you. We can play some music as we do that, but we will come back to find out how valuable those connections are so far.
When you get your next big idea, grab.
See, some of us are still seated at our tables, but I guess, yes, you are meeting new people, so that's okay. But peradventure, you only know people on your table. I think you're doing yourself a disservice. Make the effort to stand up to connect with others on another table. Chineye, it seems like you know everyone on there. Okay, so maybe you can move over to this side of the room. Okay, so I'm not going to be left out. I'm going to be coming down to where you are. and hopefully make some valuable connections for myself. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask that we begin to take our seats now? I hope this has been valuable so far, and I know it's exciting, but I promise you we'll have more opportunities to do this. So please, if we can, take our seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I crave your indulgence? Please, if you can take your seats so we can get back on schedule. Thank you very much. Please, can we take our seats? Thank you very much. I would like to invite some people to the podium to set the tone for today's event, but I would like to do that after we all take our seats. Thank you very much. I see you are connecting very well at the back, but please, thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So once again, you're all welcome. If we can please kill the music. Thank you. You're all welcome again to this conversation facilitated by Africa Policy Conversations, and you will be hearing more about them in a moment. I spoke to someone that I met just now, and he was asking, how is this connected to the United Nations? Well, you will find out shortly. We also want to thank the Vance Center for International Justice for also collaborating and partnering with Africa Policy Conversations to host today's event. We also would like to thank OVG for their partnership as well. So what's this all about? By the way, I hope that was a useful interaction. I mean, I was able to meet someone in real estate in Nigeria and Dallas, and I think I want to connect him, if anything, to my wife, who is into interior design, so hopefully we can get something going there. But hopefully it has been useful for you as well. So without further ado, we'd like to invite, to set the tone for today's event, the representative of the Cyrus Vance Center for International Justice, who I mentioned earlier, are key partners for today's event. Please, I would like you, with a round of applause, to welcome to the stage Adobe Egboka. A round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everybody. I feel ambushed by Chinoye, but I'm not going to say anything. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being part of this. It's a pleasure to have you all in this space. I look around and I'm like, I wasn't expecting to have this number because the UN General Assembly has been going on and people have a lot of activities. To imagine that you made out time to be with us today is impressive. Thank you so much. So my name is Ada Obi Egboka. I direct the Africa programs of the Cyrus R. Vance Center for International Justice, which is a non-profit program of the New York City Bar Association. This is our space, this is our building. We do the international work of the New York City Bar, and that entails really looking for ways to connect with work on human rights, access to justice, good governance, and the environment. In Africa, what I have done has been twofold. One has been really looking for how to connect African nonprofits to the law firms that we work with here, who are our board members and who are partners in top-tier law firms. And so that could entail supporting a project in Africa as it relates to legal expertise, policy development, thinking of ways to support law associations and bar associations to create pro bono legal frameworks. The second way has also been really looking for ways to create what we call innovative initiatives, and that's where this falls under. And so it's a pleasure for us to partner with Africa Policy Conversations for this program, and the idea for us is to really look at what are those core issues in Africa? What are those issues that we know that are pertinent to the development of Africa? Many of us in this room today, I'm sure, are somewhere from Africa, related to Africa, interested in Africa in one way or the other. The goal for us is to really find ways to ensure there is not just economic empowerment, social empowerment, and every other thing that helps us, one, alleviate poverty, two, really expand and make inclusive growth. It's a pleasure to have you in the room. It's a pleasure to have you join us. We're going to have different panel discussions, different engagements, and at the end, we should have a huge networking opportunity. We hope you're going to tap into it. Feel free to engage, feel free to discuss, and we hope that this will be the beginning of, I wouldn't just say partnership, I'll say the beginning of relationships that will step across borders. One thing I've seen work very well in the past has been coming to a meeting just as this, meeting somebody, discussing, and then somehow a huge project comes out of it, a huge initiative comes out of it. So I encourage every one of you, as you listen to the discussions, find ways to connect, to learn, to exchange ideas, to network, and let's take it from here and hope that from here we'll create great relationships. Thank you, Chinoye, and the rest of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adaobi. Setting the tone very nicely, but we want to take it a step further now. She mentioned building relationships, and that's what the Africa Policy Conversations organization is all about. And so we would like to find out more about this organization, where it's been, where it's headed, how you can plug in, how it's related to what's happening over the course of this week and next. So on that note, I'd like to welcome co-founder of Africa Policy Conversations, Ms. Chineye Wanaka, and Ms. Jackie Ubokwe. A round of applause for both of them as they step forward.
Okay, welcome everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to introduce myself briefly, and then Jackie will introduce herself, and then we'll tell you a little bit about Africa Policy Conversations in the next 5 minutes, and then we'll get the show on the road. First of all, my name is Chineye Wanaka. I'm a lawyer, and I like to call myself a nation builder. I'm very passionate about not just my country, Nigeria, but the African continent as a whole. And in the past, maybe 10 years or so, or more, I've worked tirelessly with an amazing team of young people mostly who are based in Africa. And I set up a law firm, and during the course of the work, realized that there was more to do in the area of policy. And so about 5 years ago, we co-founded Africa Policy Conversations. And it was actually, the idea was vetted here in the US, while I was doing a program at the Kennedy School on implementing public policy, and then just realizing that we didn't have platforms where we discussed policy, governance, citizens' engagement, and evidence-based and user-centric policies. And obviously, we know that Africa has so much potential. I mean, we've been hearing that since we were little, right? Africa rising, Africa rising. When is it going to rise? You know, leadership is very important. And leaders who have the right policies and the right frameworks, and who plan, who engage, their citizens. And so we created this platform. It's a think tank. We have various conversations, both virtual, in person. We've had in Nigeria, in South Africa, in DC. Here, this is our second UNGA side event. And we're so excited to have you all in the room. Like Adobe said, it's a busy week for everyone, and we're so privileged and honored even to have, our speakers. Some of them flew from different parts, and also the participants in the room. So we're looking forward to a very exciting conversation. Let me hand over to Jackie, by the way. I'm talking too much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jackie Ubokwe. I'll keep it brief for you all. As Chineye has said, I'm the co-founder of Africa Policy Conversations alongside with her. I would say my day job, my 9 to 5, I actually work for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as a community manager for a program called Goalkeepers, which just completed actually on Wednesday, and I have some goalkeepers in the room here, so yay. But just like Chineye said, we started this because we really wanted a platform where particularly young people in Africa and young smart people and experts in this space can get together and fight for the policies that they see and need for themselves. A lot of what we do as well is to ensure that we're connecting policymakers to the people who have the technical experience and the technical sort of wherewithal to be able to create effective policies across the continent. But once again, thank you so much for being here, and we're really excited for the great conversations we're going to be having today. Thank you.
Yes, so on that note, please pay attention to the conversations. We're going to have 4 panels for the day. All the recommendations from these panels, because not just the people sitting here, but you all are also experts, and you all are amazing and doing exceptional things. So your inputs are welcome. Like we said, we're a think tank, and all the knowledge gathered is going to be used to produce a report. We're going to use it for advocacy, and we're going to use it to also train, legislators and lawmakers and policymakers on the continent as well. So this is not just about the networking, it's also about the impact that will be felt on ground. So, all right, guys, thank you so much. And we're about to start with the next panel. I'm just going to call the MC to take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chineye and Jackie. So there you have it. At the high level, a description of the Africa Policy Conversations think tank. And so hopefully, as we continue, you'll get more invested in this and motivated to make donations to support it as as we go along. Again, I want to also draw your attention to my left. You would see a table there. There is some merchandise that you can purchase relating to Africa Policy Conversation. Please do your best to check that out and continue to support this really important organization. So as she mentioned, we are going to get into our first panel in a moment, but before that, we'd like to turn your attention to the screen as we play you a short video about Africa Policy Conversation, its activities, where it's headed. So turn your attention to the screen.
This is Africa.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be with you today. My name is Uchechi Mbao Zuku, co-founder Africa Policy Conversations. I'm so sad that I couldn't be there in person, but I'm right here now just to tell you a little bit about Africa Policy Conversations. Where Africa Policy Conversations, it was set up in 2019, and it was part of a solution to the problems we have in Africa. We got tired of complaining about the problems, ranting on social media and Twitter and all that, and we decided to do something about it. So we set up a group of young people, and thankfully we've expanded now to other parts of Africa. We're in about 20 countries, over 20 countries, and in the diaspora as well. We have about 300 volunteers and we have thousands in our community. So we're a group of young people, thought leaders, female-led organization, where we curate conversations to talk about the problems in Africa. I don't know if you've heard of the term isomorphic mimicry. So some of these Western policies were sort of copied and pasted in the continent, right? So we have problems that are uniquely African, and it takes African solutions to African problems. AFPC is simply the first of its kind. There's no other Pan-African platform or initiative doing what we're doing. AFPC does not stop at having discussions or just talking about the problems. It actively works to see proposed changes manifest. It seeks to reorientate African leaders, people leading in...
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Noburo Hamsika. Please allow me to introduce AFPC's Southern...
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the video. So I imagine that we're learning more and more about the fact that Africa Policy Conversations is not just a Nigerian institution. It is indeed Pan-African in its scope and practically making impact as it continues to look into policy issues across the continent. So as we get started now, we want to go into our first panel session. As Chineye mentioned, we are planning to have 4 panel sessions. We would like to make this very conversational, interactive, so you are all going to participate in the conversation yourself. So at some point, we'll be inviting you to chime in with your questions and comments. And before I get into the themes of those panel sessions, I just want to draw your attention to 2 very important points. First of all, I want to welcome, again, our audience that are joining us virtually on Zoom and as we stream on YouTube, I believe. You're all welcome to this conversation. Thank you for your time. And we also look forward to your feedback and input. I also like to draw your attention to a highlight of this year's event. There is a deal room section of the interaction that we're having today. So we've already had those conversations with the promoters of several ventures in Africa who are looking for investors. We have investors in the room, and all that more in-depth, high-level interaction will happen later on today. So I just want to draw your attention to that. And if you are an investor in the room, you are also invited to have that engagement with the promoters of several ventures on the continent. All right, so we want to begin now with our first panel session for the day. It is focused on financing innovation, and we're going to be looking at the opportunities in AI, fintech, Afrobeats, and a lot more. And to moderate this session, I would like to invite again co-founder of Africa Policy Conversation, Chineye Uwanaka. She would be having the honor of moderating this session. Please, a round of applause for her. She steps to the stage. Joining her for this, also we have Chineye Mba Uzochukwu, Managing Partner, Grand Central. Thank you. Please, a round of applause as they come to the stage. We also have joining us for this, Ife Durosimi Eti, CEO of Her Economy. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. We have Lavina Ramkisson, AI expert at Global AI Ethics Institute, an advisor for the Africa Union. A round of applause as she comes to the stage as well. Thank you for your time. Very proud Nigerian in the room, founding partner, Future Africa. Please welcome to the stage, Inyoluwa Aboyeje. We also have joining this session, partner, Imesum Music, Sahid Okunu. And last but certainly not least, we have Eche Emole, co-founder, Afropolitan. So as I mentioned, we would like to get you involved in this conversation. I'm sure there will be a lot to learn as Chineye takes over now. Please do your best to also chime in as she throws this to the audience at some point. So over to you, Chineye.
Yes, I'll stand. Yes. Wow, amazing. This is a power-packed panel. And most importantly, it's a very inclusive panel. We have women, we have young people, and I'm really honored to moderate this panel. So I don't know if our speakers need introductions, but I think as we start, you can just say a bit about yourself and what you do, and then you can take it from there. I know one of our speakers has to catch a flight, and so we're going to make this very snappy. And so I'll start, let me start with my left-hand side. So, E, wow, founder of 2 unicorns, and someone who has done so much in a very short time. I think I remember reading about something you posted on LinkedIn about deciding to move back from Canada when I guess your family members and other people thought, why would you be moving back to Africa? And, maybe 10 years later now, you've done so well for yourself. So what is the secret behind your success? What pushed you to come back home? And in line with the theme for this panel, which is financing innovation, creativity, AI, and all that, how do you think that we can really catalyze, finance in that space, in that sector in Africa?
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the opportunity. My name is E. I'm the founding partner of the Fund for Africa's Future, which is more popularly known as Future Africa. We're one of the largest seed stage funds on the continent. We've invested in over 100 companies with a combined value of $6 billion and who have raised $1 billion in follow-on capital over the last 7 years. We've also financed 2 of Africa's 7 unicorns, and we continue to invest as the first institutional investor in entrepreneurs that are turning Africa's biggest challenges into global opportunities. For me, I think, to be quite honest, I moved back due to a mixture of factors. I think for me, the first was, it wasn't very easy to get a job in Canada. So, and I had student papers, so I didn't, I had to go back anyway. But I think the second thing is, for me, I just really believe in God and in faith, and I felt that God was leading me back to Nigeria, and indeed that turned out to be a brilliant decision. And I think finally, really thinking about where. And this is kind of a frame that has really defined our business in Africa over the last 10 years, which is that the biggest challenges are opportunities. Africa's biggest challenges are actually global business opportunities. How do we take a youth unemployment crisis and turn it into an opportunity to be the center of remote work for the world? How do you take a financial inclusion crisis and turn it into an opportunity to build a global payment system that is inclusive of Africans? And that is sort of how the progress has gone. And I think it really speaks to the third question that you had asked, which is really that if we're thinking about financing, innovation in Africa, I think one thing that people often miss in the conversation is that we don't do it for its own sake. We're not financing innovation in Africa because financing innovation is cool and trendy. It's because it solves problems. And as I was telling a panel this morning, at the end of the day, we're here at the UN for UNGA, but the reality is there's not very much to celebrate. We're halfway through the Millennium Development Goals, and we've only made 15% progress, right? Realistically, everybody should be renting sackcloth and dust on their heads and wailing, because we have to ask ourselves, what have we been doing the last 7 years? And the reality is that when we start to ask and answer that question, we're going to realize that the missing piece has been innovation. Looking at these challenges not just as charity, not just as problems, but really looking at it critically from an innovation lens and saying, what are the opportunities in this challenge? And how can we leverage finance to solve those problems while making a lot of money? Thank you.
Awesome. Wow. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. So I'm going to move to, I'm being very gender sensitive here. So I'm going to move to the beautiful lady on my right-hand side, Ife, founder of Her Economy. For those who don't know, and I don't know if I'm right, but on Instagram stories, literally, Ife raised her first round, right, of $600,000 on Instagram stories. So basically, we have a lot of founders who have to travel the world to raise capital, and especially being a woman. The percentage for fundraising for women is really, really, really low, especially in the tech sector. And then we have this amazing trailblazer who was able to just leverage her community on Instagram stories. So tell us a bit about that. First of all, what gave you the balls? I don't know if I can use that term because I'm talking about a woman, but what gave you the confidence, the motivation to set up Her Economy? You were in a different career path, but you decided to go into tech, and you're a non-technical founder, but you were still able to raise all this money and get your company on the road. So just tell us a bit about that.
Okay. Hi, Chineye. Thank you so much for that question, and I'm really, really honored to be here. Good evening, everyone. That question is a loaded question. I think you asked different questions in one.
Yes.
But I'll just say the story as we go. So Her Economy is actually a financial technology platform that allows women to grow their wealth in a safe and secure manner. So we provide high-yield savings accounts that give people, especially women, up to 10% interest on their savings. On top of that, we also have a community where women can, collaborate with each other, network with each other, because we've seen that women thrive better in communities. And we also offer discounts, so people who are saving with us get up to 30% discounts with different merchants that provide women-centric products and services. So basically, we're building that ecosystem where women can actually just save their money and grow their wealth. So when going back to the question on raising, so raising finance, especially in this current economic climate, for anyone is extremely, extremely tough. So at the time, we were just a community. So I had a community called AGS Tribe, which was an acronym of my book called Accessing Grants for Startups, which I wrote to democratize opportunities for Africans, especially when it comes to grants and scholarships and fellowships, where I saw that most of the time I was only always seeing the same set of people, tapping into these opportunities. So we started it out, and we got a lot of feedback after the community grew to about 1,500 people who were basically building their capacity and all of that. And when it was time for us to raise funding, I spoke to like different investors, and a lot of them were telling me things like, oh, there can never be another Facebook, and we don't really understand how, you can scale as a community and stuff like that. And I said, I understand that. We're not actually even trying to be another Facebook. We're trying to build something that is phenomenal, something that can actually transform the lives of women, especially because we've dealt with right now, at that point, over 1,500 women, and we had already seen some of the issues that these women faced, and we were already creating impact with the little that we had. So because of that, financial services obviously was at the top of these issues that these women were facing. So at the beginning, we first wanted to partner with another financial technology company, but they didn't have an API at the time. So I said, you know what, I'm a problem solver. I would take the risk and pivot to financial services. So that's when last year we pivoted to financial services. So I went back to that same community that we had built over the last, I think, 2 to 3 years. And I said, we're trying to now pivot to financial services. And since you guys already understand what we're doing and the impact we're making, would you like to join us on this journey to build the first bank for women in Africa? And we got a yes. So we went back. I just put a list or a Google form pretty much on my Insta stories and also in the community. And I said, if you're interested, fill out this form and exactly how much you're willing to invest over the next 2 weeks, because it was something that I wanted to do in the immediate. So the people filled out that form, and we got a commitment of about $5 million in 24 hours, but at the time we only needed $600,000, which was what we eventually took. So from that, we got a block of people who contributed from the community to raise, and then we also got VCs like We Capital and Octera Capital who also believed in what we were building, and that's how we're able to raise the $600K in 24 hours. I hope I was able to explain that.
Wow. All I could hear was 5 million in commitments in 24 hours on Insta stories. That's amazing. Well done. So I'm going to bring it back to my left-hand side. We have a pioneer in the tech industry in Nigeria. He happens to be my namesake, and we're also related, but he is one of the most intelligent people I know, right? And congratulations are in order because he also just got appointed about 2 days ago into the government. So he's always been someone who's doing well in the private sector, and I always used to, push him to say, oh, why haven't you joined government? Even if you don't want to run for office, at least take up an appointment. So now, finally, he has. So he's now going to be on the receiving end of our criticisms and attacks. But yeah, so we have Chineye Mbauzuku, and for us to talk about technology and innovation in Africa, we need the foundation to be right. So when you talk about digital skills, when you talk about, the human capital aspect of it, education. On the continent right now, or let me just give an example with Nigeria, we have a deficit where people can't even, the universities are barely graduating students. People can't even gain admissions, and then when they gain admissions, sometimes when they come out, you have people who study computer science, but they haven't even had an opportunity to, work with a computer, right? If you're privileged, you can go to a private school, and then you have access to a personal laptop and all that. So there's a huge gap between the people who are the bottom belly of society, the have-nots. And so my question to you is, how can we build the foundation for innovation in Africa? How do we strengthen our education system? What kind of systems do we need to put in place? Because we see countries like Japan and China, and they're all, reverse engineering things, and they're coming up with, 8-year-olds and 14-year-olds who have inventions, and even here in the US. So what would the solution or strategy be to build that foundation, which is the human capital? Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Now you know I got a pass. Being a relation to somebody like Chineye is very useful. And I guess when she was talking about, the panel being diverse, I guess she forgot. She said young people are here, the ladies are here. She forgot the elders. So I represent the elders. So I guess.
So he's actually a new grandpa. I forgot to add that.
It's a tough question that you've asked, but it kind of like helps me frame the response, and that response would be along the lines that. I generally think at the end of the day, Africa has to solve its own problems for itself, right? And taking that responsibility is what's critical. Oftentimes we we come to these type of conferences and we speak to people, and it isn't so much so that we are pleading or as they say, begging for things, as much as it is that we perhaps haven't sorted out the problems ourselves. And that means that we need to go back to a drawing board and think deeply about what it is that we're doing wrong and what we can get right. Most countries in Africa have gone into the second part of their millennium, of their 100 years of the century, being independent. And the key question is, what have we created over the past 50, 60 years? Unfortunately, it's not a very good story. And my generation was born into that independence era. And we kind of like grew up thinking that it was going to be different. We had aspirations, we hoped for something more, but something went wrong along the way. And the key question is, what went wrong? I think it boils down to leadership. And the leadership is often what you point at, right? To say, okay, they did it. The other side of leadership is citizenship. I think Africa's citizens are failing themselves because ultimately they need to take control of the system and be vested in it and to do what has to be done to create the character leadership that they want. Failing to do that means that you leave the space for those who want it, and those who want it may not necessarily want what you want as a citizen. And unfortunately, we're not seeing enough of that activism, I think, or that sense of power that a citizen actually has. And the citizen, as we say, is the highest office in the land. This is the person that forgoes a part of their power and their opportunity and translates that and says, okay, you go for us as a representative. You don't send people out to go and do jobs and not hold them accountable for the jobs that they do. And sometimes when they are not accountable, you have to find a way to hold them accountable, even if they don't want to be. So too often across Africa, we're seeing that the citizens are abdicating on their core responsibility to hold the leadership up responsible. And oftentimes when you have opportunities to actually step forward and kind of like influence the leadership, we step back from it and point fingers at the others and say it hasn't been done. I say this because I think it's something that the next generation or the current generation has to actually take hold of and apply that not just in the politics of the continent, but also in the economics and the society itself. How are they going to do that? They can only do that if they have the right kind of, I would say, educational foundation. And that's really where this problem is where the problem is compounding itself. I describe the economies that we have across most of Africa as being, if you share a toothpaste tube with anyone in your home, you kind of know that we squeeze it at different places, right? So if you can imagine a toothpaste tube that somebody squeezed somewhere in the middle and kept squeezing until you've got all the stuff on this side and a very tiny bit at the upper end, the whole of that middle is flattened out and the tube is threatening to burst. On the side of the cap where you actually open up the toothpaste tube, it looks like it's going to burst open and a few people are going to pass out. On the other side, the base of the toothpaste tube, if it breaks open, you're going to have a mass of people spilling out there. You're looking at a continent of a billion people, and we've squeezed everything in the middle of that toothpaste tube. What we have in Western economies, they talk about 1%. In most of our countries, we should be talking about 0.1%. You can't have countries with 200, 300, 400 million people, and all the wealth seems to be concentrated in the hands of 0.1% of the people, and the rest of them are kind of like dependent. That happens as a consequence, I think, largely of the political system, but it also is compounded by the activities of the citizens themselves. Intentionally changing that requires for us to really think about the knowledge base that we have as citizens and how that feeds into the system. In my country, in Nigeria, we produce about the same number of tertiary education graduates as one province in China. And we have the highest population in the continent. So you can't have 1%, approximately 1% of your population in tertiary education and expect that you're building a human capital that's going to drive development. What are the opportunities that are there? I mean, I don't want to sound like, or too much like an old, the old people always kind of like speak of the good times in the past and are less optimistic about the future. I think there's a fantastic opportunity that's before us around what technology allows us to do if we take the right steps. And what would that be? I think Africa needs to focus almost over-focus and over-invest on human capital. It means taking technology and making technology work for people in terms of creating the capacity for them to actually be effective citizens and producers within the economy of the 21st century. And to do that, we have to say, well, we can do many other things. We can buy fancy cars, we can drink champagne, and all the things that the 1% or the 0.1% are doing, or we can switch all that and push that back into the system and try to educate and kind of like flatten out but kind of like distribute that toothpaste across the tube. We don't have that group in the middle that is vital to making any economy work and work in a sustainable manner. And until we've intentionally focused on that, we're going to continue with the problems that we have today. And I think that there are signs of a change, but the change can't happen with one or two examples. And it's great, stuff that people like E have done, things like Tola have done. They're doing great stuff, but it's not enough. And it cannot be enough because the scale of the problem is extreme. And so we need to come up with different ways, more innovative ways of doing what technology can do. It's the one thing that is an accelerator, it's a multiplier, and it changes in terms of scale, right? So it catalyzes change, it multiplies change, and it makes change pervasive. And so the more technology we can bring into systems to solve problems like education and healthcare, the sooner we can get out of the difficulties that we're in. So I'll stop there because I could go on for 2 days on this matter.
That's why I said he's one of the most intelligent people I know, so he has a lot to say. So thank you for those remarks. Thank you so much. So I'm going to move to the right-hand side, and I really want to bring in an important topic, which is Afrobeats. We're all jamming to it, all over, streets of Paris, London, New York. Afrobeats is one of our biggest exports on the continent. It's what we call soft power, right? And we know that there's this challenge we've had. So for instance, I'm the thematic lead for the National Assembly Business Environment Roundtable, and I get to review laws and legislations that affect intellectual property, so things like copyright, patents, trademarks. And some of our laws in Nigeria, for instance, are from English law from the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and lots of them have not been updated. And yet you have this country that is so creative and so innovative. And so what we've been trying to do in recent times is to try to bridge that gap, right? And during the course of the work, and everybody knows this, you see a lot of artists who were once very big artists. And some of them, they have one health challenge. Let's say they have a stroke or something. And next thing, they start doing fundraisings online, and some people even die because they cannot pay their medical bills. Yet, in countries like the US, you have artists who, even when they die, their estates, like Michael Jackson and the rest of them, are making so much money from royalties. So I want to move on to, an expert that we have here to just tell us a bit about that. How do we strengthen our intellectual property rights? What do we need to say to people to sensitize them about the importance of, these Afrobeats? Everybody's dancing to it, but who owns it? Where's the ownership? How can we have, so just tell us a bit about that. Tell us a bit about the work you do as well.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me. Definitely honored to share my experience and share my perspective on this particular topic. My name is Sahid Okunu. I'm from Houston, Texas. I'm Nigerian. I am co-founder of a company called Amentum Music. We have a publishing department, a live department, digital management. We do sports. We do pretty much everything surrounding entertainment. We don't do it for fun. The reason why we have so many sectors is because our company is based on intellectual property and creativity. However, our structural direction comes from problem solving and solutions. If you look at one song and one artist, there's different ways that an artist can make money. Obviously, you make money from your streams, you make money from your publishing, your copyright, you make money from your live shows, and et cetera, et cetera. So we've created a department in our company that takes care of every vertical that artists can receive funds from. Now the issue is, and what you mentioned is, how can an artist from Nigeria that came out 10, 15 years ago, how can they be in a situation like they're in right now, but they have songs that everybody in this room knows? And that comes from ownership, and that comes from nobody or not enough people are powering the business of music. Everybody thinks of the music industry as investing in talent, And it's not investing in talent, it's investing in the business of music. If you don't own a car, if you lease the car, you can't put different wheels on it, you can't put different tires on it, sorry. If you lease a house, you can't add a third floor and a fourth floor. There's so many things you can't do when you don't own something. And for us, the most dangerous part is that if you don't own something, you can't control the growth of it. If you look at what happened in hip-hop in the 90s compared to where hip-hop is now, hip-hop wasn't owned by black people. Hip-hop was created by black people. So when you see how it waters down and when you see how it's not taken care of and it's not progressed in the way and manner and shape or form as it was created, it's because the people that were creating it did not own it. And that comes from investing in the business of music. When you're investing in the business of music, you're not only investing in a Burna Boy or in a Wizkid or in a David O. You're investing in a Burna Boy's manager, a Burna Boy's agent, a Burna Boy's tour manager, a Burna Boy's accountant, a Burna Boy's lawyer, a Burna Boy's publicist. You're investing in so many things, and you're also investing in one thing, a word that we all know, which is familiarity. It's very difficult to cross borders and to make money around the world and to show the importance of why we should exist as a culture and as a continent across the world if people aren't familiar. I used to work in education, and I used to talk to students all across the country. And I would go to schools in areas of the country in the United States, and people would look at me and be like, oh, Black Panther. I don't look like the guy that was starring in Black Panther, God rest his soul. But I'm the first black male that they ever really interacted with. And because Black Panther is the first thing that they've ever seen of a black man in these young kids' lives on the main screen, that's the association that they brought with it. That's familiarity. And what Afrobeats and what the music industry in Africa is doing right now is providing familiarity to the world, which is allowing us to cross the borders. Nigeria has the largest diaspora in the world. Houston, Texas has the largest Nigerian population per capita in the world. We are everywhere. Africans are everywhere. We're all African. So investing in the business of music is gonna do nothing but create what we see right now on steroids. There's 1,000 Burna Boys out there. But one thing I also saw when I worked in education, when I was growing up in Houston, yeah, I wanted to make music as a kid, but to me, my access and my reality did not align. But when I went to Los Angeles and I was talking to students in school over there, there'd be a 14-year-old telling me he's an artist, and his manager is a 16-year-old, he's a sophomore, and his agent is an intern at ICM, and he's a senior, all in one campus. So that student's reality and access is aligned. Most people who want to be in entertainment or have an interest in it, their reality and access are completely far away. If you grow up in Surulere in Nigeria, and you have any interest in the music industry, it's like getting struck by lightning to be able to have the opportunity to have any parts, not just as an artist, just in the business of music. The business of music is massive. It's massive, and as a company, Immense Music, we've employed or contracted hundreds of people over the course of the last 6 years through the festivals that we do in Nigeria, through our actual employees, and we realized that there's been a lot of turnaround. People will come in for 2 or 3 years, we groom them, we help them, we connect them, and then they move on to do great things. And that, I believe, is the most important factor on how we develop and grow sustainability for our intellectual property. We have to make sure that we own what we're doing. We're not licensing it out, we're not renting it out. Rema dropped his first project in 2019. A company that I'm the senior director of product management with called Vidya, they are a distribution company that powers the business of music. Don Jazzy and co did a partnership with this company, brought on by a young woman that's here right now. And 2019 was how many years ago? Rema has a song that just crossed 1 billion streams on Spotify. 1 billion streams on Spotify is about $3 million. That's not to talk about what he's done on Apple, Boomplay, Audiomack, SoundCloud, et cetera, et cetera. There's money. Historically speaking, in this music industry, you didn't know how much somebody was gonna make. It was a shot in the dark. And our issues with investing years ago was the fact that nobody can see the popularity of what things were how things are moving on the continent. You couldn't see it. Especially if you're not there, you couldn't feel it, you couldn't see it. But now that we're in an age where you can actually predict and use data to guide your investments, We are in a golden era, and we have a great opportunity right now to put the money into the business, because we can actually see it grow and we can see it become something that can spread wealth across our countries in the entire continent.
Amazing.
So we can get more into it later, but that's...
For sure. For sure. I mean, what stood out to me, 1 billion streams is $3 million.
Between 3 to 5 million,
Between
depending on the
$3 to $5 million.
platform.
Wow. One of the issues we have with people in the tech or creative industry raising capital is that most times they don't have, it's intellectual property, so it's not tangible. So we've had banks reject people to say, you know, you don't have a building, you don't have collateral, and so that is collateral, you know, that's value, you know, in terms of numbers. So thank you so much for sharing that. We're gonna come back to you. I have a follow-up question for E, but because I'm on this side of the room, I need to finish up on this side and then head to this side. But I want to talk about accessing capital, really, and intellectual property, but with the tech ecosystem, because most times when you have to raise capital as startups, you need to register in Delaware or, you know, register somewhere that is not on the continent. And so we have this challenge where most of our African tech companies aren't actually African by origin. So I'm going to come back and ask you that question. But before that, Eche, I really want to bring you in here because you're doing something that's really revolutionary, right? He's actually married to a beautiful woman who's at the back there. They're a power couple, doing amazing things together. And, you know, a lot of us don't know much about blockchain, crypto, you know, all that stuff. So what drove you to go into that sector, and how has been the experience?
Thank you for having me. I'm Eche. I'm one of the co-founders of Afropolitan. At Afropolitan, I think we're pursuing one very simple idea, which is, what does the internet enable us to be able to do today, right? We've been able to start new companies on the internet, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, Flutterwave, right? We've been able to start new currencies on the internet, whether it's crypto or Bitcoin. The next thing we're trying to solve for is if we can start a new country on the internet, right? And for us, we're saying that the people who deserve that new country mostly are Africans or Africans in the diaspora. Most Africans working around the world today do not know what it looks like to live in a country that has good governance at scale. And so what we're saying is, imagine if we could come together with people who share like-minded values, because that's what the internet enables us to be able to do today. And we can start a new country, new passport, new currency, all powered by the internet. So that's what we're building. To even go further into that, we actually started off as an events company in San Francisco Bay Area, doing a lot of concerts, a lot of festivals. So I just wanted to even piggyback off your idea, some of the thoughts you had. As Africans or Black people globally, we're very good at creating value, but we're poor at capturing it. One of the reasons why I transitioned into blockchain and also even technology was technology allows you to leverage and capture the value you create at scale, right? E over there is one of our investors. E also was the one who brought me into technology, so I'm always grateful to E for that. But once I understood the difference from, hey, we are looking to scale with labor when it comes to our efforts, what can we use technology to unlock for us? And what blockchain allows us to be able to do is, say you have an African artist, today they might sign a document, money comes, stories start to happen. With blockchain, if the contracts are on a smart contract, they can be disbursed immediately. One of the first things that we did with Afropolitan in phase 1 of our roadmap was issue art passports powered by NFTs. One of the artists who did this was a Nigerian artist based in Nigeria. He's probably never left Nigeria before, but what we did was at the beginning of the project, we issued, okay, hey, you get a 10% commission on everything that we sell. Once we hit the number of passports that we sold, and the smart contract registered 500 passports have been sold, his money got disbursed to him, to his crypto wallet. No, let me talk to HR, let me talk to GTB, let me talk to Zenith Bank. No. The money's in his accounts, no issues, right? And so for us, what we're saying is blockchain can help us enable better, much more seamless transactions, but it can also enable better governance at scale. I'm from Abia State in Nigeria, right? I go back to my state, and then there might not be roads that have been built properly, but contracts have been issued out, right? When you go to the contractor, they've been paid, but nobody's holding them accountable. What if you had a system of government where you had the budget was on smart contracts, right? Before it gets disbursed, it's tied to milestones. Once you show us, hey, you've completed this stretch of road, it gets disbursed, and it's accountable on the blockchain. Now, to be fair, I'm not going to sit here and say, we know that there have been some scams that have happened in crypto. But what I'm saying is no technology is perfect. What crypto and blockchain enables us to be able to do is accountability and transparency. So even if you're a scammer, you scam transparently. You know what I mean? But I just wanted to stop there, but that's what we're building at Afropolitan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's amazing. Wow. Round of applause. You can see we have so many talented people doing amazing things, both on the continent and in the diaspora. So I'm going to come back to E before I come back to Lavina. And we just have 10 more minutes for this panel. So I'm going to wrap up the questions in 5 minutes and then allow 5 minutes to take 1 or 2 questions from those who are in the room. So back to you, E. I think I already asked you the question. So raising capital is really, really, really hard. We don't have a lot of venture capitalists, or we do have some, but angel investors on the continent. So what has been your experience in that?
Yeah, thank you very much. And you know, it's really interesting, that question, because, you know, as an African, I often sit in rooms like this, and oftentimes the conversation around capital is usually one that derives from a sense of rights, right? And really one of need. And when I transition to the rooms where capital is actually being allocated, it's a question of efficiency and scale. And so back to the question that you asked earlier, the reality of why companies started to incorporate in Delaware was simply because this is the deepest capital pool in the world. This is what they have the rules and the ability to allocate to. And so the question was basically, is that where you want to fight? Do you want to innovate, or do you want to just do what's going to get you the capital to innovate and then go do the work? And we did it with Andela. We delivered the first $1 billion outcome. Did it with Flutterwave, delivered the second $1 billion outcome. And another 100 companies, at least in our portfolio, have gone the same path. So it's become the default of how to build a business. However, it does get to a point where you have now proven to be enough of a well-known product that you can now start to distinguish. But even then, that product, that process can be slow and gradual. And one of the things that has bothered me is this question, right? Because if you think about it, you know, if we're looking at an ecosystem that, for example, in 2021 brought in $5 billion, how much of that $5 billion actually got to the continent?
Exactly.
And the truth is probably very little of it. And when you start to look at the reasons for it, not from a point of view of that's unjust, this is wrong, but from a point of view of, okay, what are the actual practical concerns? You start to realize a few things pop up. The biggest issue generally is around policy and around the macroeconomics of being able to attract long-term dollar investments, which many of our countries haven't actually built that muscle just yet. And so what we decided to do about that problem took us 6 years, you know, of learning and investing in people like HA and all that. And I think Coco, who's from Itana, is here, is basically, we backed the first digital free zone in the world, right? Because that's really what Delaware is. It's just better organized as a state. So the way a digital free zone works is, a typical free zone is optimized for trade and manufacturing. So you're able to bring goods in and take goods out without any capital controls, with easy repatriation of capital, typically no taxes or low taxes, and so on and so forth. And basically, you can do this while being located anywhere in the world. And so one of the things that we're building at Itana, where we're investors as well, is really, you can imagine just being able to sit by your computer, go on a website like you would on Harvard for Delaware, and literally, you know, or CSC Global, and literally fill out your form, incorporate a company, get a bank account, a global bank account, by virtue of using statutes of laws in Nigeria that have existed for over 30 years. And imagine what that could do on a global scale. Right now, it's backed by some of the largest capital allocators in the world, Amplo, Local Globe, both of which are, firms that have billions of dollars under management, and they're shaping together with the founders, Lukman Edu and Coco, who's right over there, kind of how this is going to work on the continent. And the expectation is going to take a couple of years, but in the future, the next Flutter Wave or Andela would actually probably be incorporated in a digital free zone as opposed to in Delaware. Because ultimately, like I agree, ownership is important.
Absolutely.
But you have to actually be able to prove your way to ownership sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting what you say. We're now in the 4th industrial revolution, and, it seems like when other countries or continents were developing, Africa missed out. And so now that we're in this digital age, we don't want to miss out as a continent, and we want to own both our tech companies, Afrobeats music, and all the innovations that come. But like you said, we've started from somewhere. At least we've proved ourselves, and I think now most of us in the room need to really think about ways that we can have that ownership. And that brings me to the point of policies. And when I come back to these two beautiful ladies here, I'm going to start with Lavina. And I'm just going to give a background, right? So recently, I just got appointed to lead a policy commission for the Nigerian Economic Summit Group in collaboration with the Minister of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy. And when I go back to Nigeria next week, we're going to set up a committee, and we're going to be brainstorming on what kind of policy. Because you mentioned policy, and I know so many people who are saying that, Africa, our biggest problem is our laws. There's so many laws and policies that are impediments. There's so many roadblocks to innovation. So when you all are speaking now, I want you to make recommendations, because we all know the problems. And so if you had the ability to put in something into a policy for Nigeria or for any other African country, what would that be? And I'll come to you, Lavina, and I'll talk about AI, because your hashtag, is AI mom. And you got into the tech industry very early as a woman, and you're based in South Africa. So in 2 minutes, because we really need to wrap up, and I need to get back to Ife as well, because I also want her recommendations and also comments from the hall. Can you just give me what your suggestions? You also advise the African Union as well. What are some of the policy recommendations that you would make to improve, I'm talking from a gender lens now, women in AI, but just for us to be able to, as Africans, be able to be at that cutting edge of innovation when it comes to AI?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So there's a couple of things. One is definitely around standardization of policies across the continent. That's something that is huge, right? We're supposed to function as a continent, as one piece, and in reality, we don't. So, it's how do we leverage ourselves together? What are those different pieces that we can put together to enable us to be able to do that? The second bit is, around providing accessibility to education. So accessibility in terms of the latest cutting edge technologies, giving kids, because they have an option of absorbing a lot, right? We are a very young continent by nature, so I think it's time that we actually leverage that to our advantage. And, the other is around affordability. Affordability is something that, tends to either help in adoption or helps to sway us away from adoption. If we've seen anything of late, we understand that the technological adoption rate literally takes days. Okay, this has been something from years to literally down to days. So, we've got to be able to take that, make ourselves as agile as possible. So, having, for example, a room of experts, technology experts, together with human rights lawyers, together with civil rights, together with, the IP lawyers, all based together that kind of get a better outcome could be one as well. Interestingly enough, just before coming here, We were in Egypt together, and we've managed to start an initiative that is going to, pretty much help to solve some of these issues from a policy side. But policy is only one area of it, right? I mean, it's an entirety of an ecosystem. So you need policy, you need investors, you need the right kind of environment for an African startup to literally go from pre-seed all the way to an IPO stage, which we don't have in place at the moment. So yeah, I mean, it's a combination of things, but yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Lavina. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Okay, so coming back to you, Ife, you talked about your success story, but I'm sure that it hasn't been rosy, right? It hasn't been a walk in the park. And so I'd like you to share, like in a minute or two, what some of your pain points are doing business in Nigeria, on the continent, and maybe some things you would love to see, in a policy, maybe incentives or anything you would love to see that would make your work easier for you, and not just you, because you have a huge following, but there are other women out there who are struggling. They don't have that access.
Thank you very much for that. One thing I would like to see is a policy that literally just encourages individuals and the private sector to invest in startups. So abroad, it's very easy. Once you start investing in startups, you get like tax rebates, you get things like that that actually encourage you, and that pushes the entrepreneurs like us to innovate more. And once you innovate more, you fail. There's a high chance, or there's a chance of you failing, but you fail fast, and you continue to innovate because you know that there are other people who are also going to invest in you, and you've learned from that failure. So it's important for all of us to be part of that ecosystem. Right now, it's just VCs and little boxes of people doing like angel investing, but we need more people to get into that pool. You see abroad, there are young people who are exiting. We don't really have many of those examples. Like we've seen the likes of Inyi, who has been part of the creation of 2 unicorns, but that we don't have too many examples like Inyi. A lot of people don't have access to people like Inyi that can tell us some of his examples, some of his stories. Like I've heard Inyi talk about even businesses that he started that actually didn't kick off quite well. So people need to know that those things can happen, and it's actually okay to fail, but it's important for us to keep encouraging the entrepreneurs in the country to continue to innovate. Thank you.
I love that. I love that. So at this point, I'm going to throw it open to you all in the room. We have 3 more panels for today, right? And one of them is on rethinking finance, philanthropy, and diaspora investments. So most of you here are diasporans, and so you have the power to actually make change on the continent. If you look at Asia, and if you look at other parts of the world, their diaspora actually play the critical role. So you might think that, man, I don't have $1 million to invest, but it could be your $10 or $20 or $100 pulled together that actually makes that difference on the continent. And then when we talk about things like angel investing, we could have cooperatives and funds that come together to actually do meaningful and sustainable stuff. Because most times we're financing consumption. We're not financing productivity. We're not financing innovation, So I want to throw the floor open for questions. I'll take 2 questions because of time. So if you have a question, please signify by raising your hand, a question or a comment, just 2. And okay, I have 1 hand there and another hand, so 2 questions. Technical team, do we have a mic? If not, you might just have to stand up and project your voice. Do we have a mic? Okay. So let's have the first person. I'm sure you can project your voice. Your name? Yeah.
And just the knowledge that you have here can go a long way. So thanks.
Wow. Thank you so much for that comment. So we have someone who is a doer right there, who's already, cutting those small checks. And that's another problem. Sometimes we have people who are looking for, big ticket size deals. But in Africa, we have a lot of SMEs who just need like $5,000, $10,000 to get on the way. All right, so let's just have the second, I think, okay.
Hey everyone, my name is Ike Okafor. My question is actually for Ife. I believe you said that your business is offering high-yield savings account, especially for women, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so when you look at what happened with affirmative action, and that same attorney, I believe he filed a lawsuit against a woman that has a organization that provides grants to other women, black women specifically. How are you going about protecting yourself when you have a business that is specific for women or black women, when someone like that attorney, and I'm sure there's a few others, are looking at organizations like yours and saying you are discriminating to non-black people or non-women?
Thank you very much for that question. My first comment to that is I'm sure she's going to win the case, but yeah. But more importantly, there's so many opportunities that are available out there that are available to everybody. But when you look at the statistics of people who are actually applying or taking advantage of these opportunities, you'd see that most of these opportunities actually go to the men. So why can't we create opportunities that are actually tailored to women? So her economy is actually female-focused. So we actually have people on the platform who are men who are saving, but we like to call them the he for she champions, people who believe that women should actually have access to more money. Like nothing happens where women have more money. Nothing happens where women have more access.
Absolutely.
Actually, what actually happens is you're giving room for everyone who's part of the ecosystem to come together to actually create different policies that are suited for two genders. So that's why it's important for us to make sure that we're creating these opportunities for women so that they can tap into opportunities and actually give access to the community. When a woman is empowered, the community is empowered, the ecosystem is empowered, they can provide for their children, they can actually provide health access, there's health insurance, the different things that can happen when this woman actually has the power, the funding to do all of these things. But if you don't create that platform, the women are not going to take advantage of it, which is why we are actually creating a community so they can also see and get mentorship from other women who are like them, who have actually taken advantage of these opportunities, because a lot of women, first instinct is to actually sit back and not take advantage of those opportunities. So for example, when I wanted to raise that $600,000, I actually wanted to raise $300 because I just thought that it was impossible for me to do more than that. And I saw a guy who hadn't even done half of what we had done in terms of traction, who said he was doing $500K at a much higher valuation. And I looked at him and I was like, oh, are you serious that you actually do that? And he actually did it, and he actually raised. So what I think, because of cultural norms and different things that affect women, and even things like imposter syndrome, we actually think that we're not worth certain things. But when you actually take a bet on yourself, then the world is your oyster. So yes, it's important for us to create those rooms where women can actually take advantage of opportunities.
Thank you so much, Ife. I love that. So women in the room, here you go. Let go of all those limiting beliefs. Sometimes we're the ones who are holding ourselves back. So on that note, I want to take closing remarks from this panel because our time is fast spent. So I'll just have like 30 seconds, 1 minute. You know the theme of this panel. What would be your call to action? What would be your recommendation for policies in the continent that would really help to grow the sector that you're in? So, Eche, I'll start with you.
I think, to be honest, in closing remarks, I think we really do need a mindset shift, right? Like, I think even when it was time to go raise, especially for what we're doing with Afropolitan, a lot of investors would be like, who else has done what you're about to do? And I would say to them, if we were all citizens of Switzerland on this call, and I said to you, I want to start a new country, you'd be like, why? What's wrong with this one? But every African or every Nigerian or every black person in the world understands why they need better governance most of us have been either subjects in the West or second-class citizens, even in our home countries, right? And so for me, what I would really like to see is a mindset shift where we're not just the ones who are looking to build the Stripe for Africa or the Uber for Africa. Let's also be the ones who actually are the vanguard of new ideas and innovation. We're descendants of people who did more with less. We owe it to them to do more with more.
Wow, thank you so much.
Yeah, I actually really love what you said, and I was thinking something similar. Like, we're at a very early stage in our market. We're at an early stage with our continent as far as, independence, and technology has definitely given us an opportunity to really close that space between us and the rest of the world. So I think the mentality shift is the most important thing. It's not about, let's go find a case study. This is the case study. You know what I mean? Like, we know that this works because it has worked, and this is what's been going on across the world for the past 1,000 years. So whatever we're looking to do right now is not a replication, it's a creation, and we have to do it, and we have to customize it based on what we need and how we can grow.
Thank you so much. Ife, closing remarks?
My closing remarks to everyone, just to continue to do it afraid. Thank you.
Thank you. Lavina?
So for me, I think it's a combination of a few things. One is definitely a technology ethical board in terms of the applications that actually start existing across the continent so that we can better monitor and better frame how it's being applied. The second would be a form of an independent advisory board of some sort. And the third would be, let's take technology itself and identify those particular problems that are real to us in Africa and match that with the scalability that it can actually get. So, for example, let's take one problem that we can solve really well across the continent. And I guess with that, it's just, it's no longer time for us to think small. The time is here, the time's now. And I think the Africa Agenda 2060 really talks to the Africa we want. I'm sort of asking for us to say it's about the Africa we demand.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lavina. So, my namesake, please, go ahead.
Yeah, so mine is about, mine is really about whether we think that if we continue doing what we're doing and do more of it, we will eventually get to where we want to be. I think the answer is no, and the challenge is the challenge that hasn't yet been met, I think, by Africa, in terms of thinking about, this track that we're on, where is it really taking us to? Ultimately, what's going to happen is this. You see, we are, our continent is where companies are successful. We are making profits without prosperity. And so that's the kind of society that we're building and the kind of economy that we're building, where some people have these profits and the prosperity is not generic, and so we're not lifting up the continent. So you'll always have this huge mass of people who are dependent on the few. And so to change that means that there are fundamentals that we have to change. And one of the fundamentals is that we can't continue to pursue capital that has a character that doesn't work for Africa. The way that the capital currently functions in the West cannot work for Africa. And because we are pursuing that, we're actually digging the hole deeper. And so the fundamental thing for me in terms of financing, being able to finance innovation and to getting Africa to literally lift itself is that we have to sit back and rethink. Are we going to be successful following the current model? Are we going to be successful building unicorns? If you get 50 unicorns, is Africa going to change? I seriously doubt that it will, because the structure of the system and the character of the capital will not allow you to build the level of prosperity that you have to build to take Africa out of where it is. And so my call would be for us to think deeply and seriously around the entire financial system and strategy, how it works and how we can make it work for us. And let's not imagine that we can recreate Silicon Valley in Africa just by copying what's been done in Silicon Valley and bringing that into Africa. It's not going to work. So we have to go back to the basics, and we have to do this thinking ourselves, because nobody's going to do it for us. We're looking for innovation first around the mindset, innovation around the way that we approach the fundamentals, and innovation around the way that we really execute. And a big responsibility lies with the elites of Africa. So the high net worth people in Africa are operating as though they're kind of like parachuting themselves into Africa's economy. We have to ask ourselves what's the role of the high net worth and what really is the role of government. What should government really be doing to change the system to make it possible for many more people to get access to capital and opportunity? We can't take high prosperity, environment, and techniques and models and want to parachute that into Africa. It's a completely different thing. So the challenge is for this generation to think differently about how money operates, where it should operate, and whether we really want to pursue profits over prosperity.
Thank you so much. I think that in itself should be a keynote address, to be honest, because you made a lot of important points. And E, before I get to you, I just want to put a peg on that, because at Africa Policy Conversations, that's the onus of why we're here, to cause a mindset shift. The think tank is all about having Africans who are thinking for themselves without influence, without anyone telling you, okay, I'm giving you this check, I'm giving you this grant, but prioritize this. So this is why we're here, and we're calling on each and every one of you, because we're not just trying to reinvent the wheel. We know that we can't do it alone. Change is hard. No one can do it alone. So we all need to continue to keep these conversations going, not just talk and then leave. What is the next step? So I just needed to really emphasize that we need to do things differently and we need to start now. So Ian, take us away.
Okay, I know we don't have the time, but I just wanted to say, I think the biggest thing that we all have to keep in mind is that innovation, the goal of innovation is to turn challenges into opportunities. And Africa is blessed not just because of natural resources or whatever, but because of these challenges that we have. And these challenges that we have are opportunities for us to actually build new models for the rest of the world. And so here we are at the sidelines of the UN General Assembly with the goals barely met and in fact reversing, without any progress or leadership that looks like we might be able to actually get to the goals. And I think for me, I think there's an opportunity here for Africa to lead through innovation, as outrageous as it might sound. But what that would require from each and every one of us is a level of pragmatism and a level of humility around the fact that we never really know if it's going to work until we try. And that's why, I generally feel while the conversations are important, they're the least important thing. And at the end of the day, I hope that everybody will leave this room and try something. It may not work, and that's okay too. But if all we have are conversations, nothing will change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In conversations, I hear you, but conversations are important because you need to agree and build a consensus. Conversations are usually the first of many steps, right? So, but on that note, thank you so much to my amazing panelists. Thank you so much. I know Ife has to run. Let's just take a quick photo and then we'll be right off. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Chineye, for moderating that. And I will point all our panelists to the left of the screen. Yes, Ian, just about where Ian is. The photographer has asked that we take the photographs there. He likes the angle, so let's give it to him as he would like. Very, very interesting conversation, no doubt. I think, if anything, we've learned about some people chasing opportunities on the African continent. Hopefully your eyes are open to more opportunities now, and the opportunities also to connect with others in the room. So I think this is great. While they take the photographs, I would like to turn your attention to the screen for another short video around the Africa Policy Conversation think tank. Can we have the video?
Distinguished invited guests and participants, I bring you warm greetings from the good and loving people of my dear Plateau State, the home of peace and tourism, which is one of the 36 federating states in Nigeria. I would have loved to physically be in New York with you. However, exigencies of the moment, which are beyond my control, have hindered my physical participation to this very auspicious event. Nonetheless, I am grateful for technology, which has afforded me the opportunity to join you and share my thoughts on the topical issue of strengthening institutions in Africa to enhance investments and the ease of doing business. Let me start by expressing sincere appreciation to the Africa Policy Conversation Initiative for extending this invitation to me. I am deeply honored to deliver this keynote speech in this year's event. The choice of strengthening institutions in Africa to enhance investments and the ease of doing business as topic of focus is quite apt. This is because there is no better time to discuss on investments in Africa than today. It is no surprise that Africa as a continent is a new bride of the global community, attracting foreign capital through investments in critical infrastructure and social impact programs. Notwithstanding, the potentials on the continent have remained largely untapped. Africa is blessed with so many resources, from natural to human. Unfortunately, the management or mismanagement of these resources have placed the continent in a position where development is slow, leaving a significant percentage of Africans below the poverty line. According to data from Statistica, with an estimated population of 1.4 billion, about a third of the continent's population live below the $1.9 per day poverty threshold, amounting to around 430 million people, remaining the poorest region in the world despite her huge potentials. This could be linked to multiple factors like inter- and intra-religious conflicts, wars, poor health and education infrastructure, systems, among others. Such situation has a large impact on malnutrition, out-of-school children, and instability within the society. On the flip side, and again according to data from Statistica, the total private investable wealth in Africa amounted to $2.4 trillion in 2022 alone. This amount slightly increased by just over 14% in comparison to the previous year, when the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic led to job losses, drops in salaries, and the closures of many local businesses. South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, Morocco, and Kenya were the 5 wealthier markets on the continent. The wealth value referred to assets such as cash, properties, and business interests held by individuals living in each country, less liabilities. Government funds were excluded. Why is Africa rich yet so poor? Several pundits have shared ideas as to why this is so. Upon reflection, one key reason I can mention within the context of today's discourse is leadership and institutions. We can combine these two key words and say the leadership of our public institutions. How we plan, how we implement those plans, how we govern, how we communicate our plans and reforms, how we evaluate and implement corrective action, are all components that define the efficiency of our institutions, which will in turn deliver on set mandates. This will involve strategic planning, stakeholders' engagement, and subsequent implementation of key actions. The micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, play a major role in most economies, particularly in developing countries. MSMEs account for the majority of businesses worldwide and are important contributors to job creation and global economic development, representing about 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. According to the World Bank research, formal MSMEs contribute up to 40% of national income, GDP, in emerging economies, These numbers are significantly higher when informal MSMEs are included. Furthermore, the World Bank estimates that about 600 million jobs will be needed by 2030 to absorb the growing global workforce, which makes MSMEs development a high priority for many governments around the world. Unfortunately, access to finance has been a major constraint to MSME growth, especially in Africa. It is the second most cited obstacle facing MSMEs to grow their businesses in emerging markets and developing countries. MSMEs are less likely to be able to obtain bank loans than large firms. Instead, they rely on internal funds or small cash they can source from family and friends to launch and initially run their enterprises, which can be insufficient to guarantee sustainability of businesses in the long run. The International Finance Corporation, IFC, estimates that 65 million firms, or 40% of formal micro, small, and medium enterprises in developing countries, have an unmet financing need of $5.2 trillion every year, which is equivalent to 1.4 times the current level of global MSME lending. East Asia and Pacific accounts for the largest share, 46%, of the total global finance gap, followed by Latin America and the Caribbean with 23%, and Europe and Central Asia 15%, Latin America and the Caribbean, the Middle East, North Africa regions in particular, have the highest proportion of the finance gap compared to potential demand. About half of formal MSMEs don't have access to formal credit. The financing gap is even larger when micro and informal enterprises are taken into account. It therefore becomes paramount to undertake reforms that will allow for the design of efficient financial lending models for MSMEs to access flexible facilities at very minimal interest rates and long-term repayment periods, thereby ease and enabling the business environment. A blended finance approach could also be key for providing capital for MSMEs. This will go a long way to improve the contribution of MSMEs to our economy and reduce their failure rate. In recent times, the worrisome trend of democratic reversal, especially in the West Africa sub-region, has seen the masterminds of these coups cite underdevelopment as one core reason for topping elected governments. What does this tell us? It has become necessary for leaders to think innovatively on ways and means to address the developmental needs of our nations and ensure public institutions are reformed in a manner they efficiently deliver, as well as carry out socio-economic programs that positively impact on every citizen. May I also add that democratic consolidation can only be assured where institutions responsible for management of processes, from electoral to legislative and judicial, are supported to perform their roles in a free, credible, transparent, and inclusive atmosphere. Indeed, strong systems and institutions are central to propagating a development that puts people first, a major ingredient for peace and stability. One key lesson from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is that ensuring the effectiveness and efficiency of public institutions is critical towards improving livelihoods and achieving the sustainable developmental goals. To avert other forms of pandemic, which includes but not limited to hunger, job losses, mortality rates, malnutrition, out-of-school children, among others, we must put in place systems that will enhance the efficiency of our institutions. The more efficient our institutions are becoming, the more investments we will attract to make them even more efficient. I'm glad this year's UN General Assembly also focused on a midterm review of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Indeed, our collective resolve and action on advancing basic needs of citizens will help to ensure a world where no one is left behind. Implementing the SDGs will also go a long way to ensure that traditionally disadvantaged groups, including women, youths, persons with disabilities, and ethnic minorities, receive the necessary interventions.
All right, everyone, it's time to come back to your seats. We have our next panel about to start. We're going to have so much time for networking. The food is coming, so there'll be time to eat and talk. So please just have your seats so that we can continue with the show for today. Is our next moderator available? Okay, she's right here. I can see her. Ada, please come forward. Our next speakers, I see Samson Itodo at the back of the hall. I see the beautiful Chineye, my namesake, also in front. I don't know, you don't have to come up yet. I think the moderator will call. No, moderator, come, but you're going to introduce your speakers one after the other, so. Okay, so you want me to announce them? Oh, okay. So, I'm just going to pull up. Thank you so much. Please come in. We have so much time to network in between the break and during the end of when we have our refreshments. So we have an important panel, a very, very important panel coming up. And it's about strengthening institutions in Africa and building the right foundation for development and inclusive growth. The moderator is the beautiful Adobe Eboka, who is our host, with the Vance Center. We have a powerhouse, a mover and shaker in the civic space in Africa, Mr. Samson Itodo, who is the founder of Yega Africa. I'm sure you all have heard about the Not Too Young to Run bill. It was a bill that reduced the age for people to be able to participate in politics, to become governors, to become House of Rep members. We also have the beautiful Chineye, my namesake. I think Chineyes were created on a special day, because look at that. Yeah, come up. Chineye is with the National Endowment for Democracy. She's the head of grants for Africa. So we talked about giving and philanthropy earlier on. So that's an organization that gives to projects around governance, democracy in Africa. We have Bamikole Omishore, also known as Banks. He's also a young mover and shaker in the civic space, in the political space. He's worked with the former Senate President of Nigeria, and right now he's a special advisor to a governor in Nigeria as well. So I'm going to the moderator will let them introduce themselves. We also have someone who is meant to be joining us virtually, but he sent in a video because, we thought because of technical challenges and stuff, it would be best to have videos as opposed to having Zoom participation. So Prof Kofi is a lawyer in Ghana. He's doing amazing things in that space. We have another panelist. I don't know if she's in the room. Do we have Mayowa in the room? Oh, amazing. I didn't even see you earlier. I don't have my glasses. Mayowa is a partner at McKinsey. So she's going to bring perspectives from the consulting space, and she's also going to talk more about herself. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to our able moderator to do justice to this conversation. And I hope that you all would also participate. And yes, we'll take it from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that introduction. So, thank you. So many of you in the room will agree with me that Africa is a land of remarkable beauty with lots of potentials. As we heard from the first, I was listening to the first panel and I'm like, oh my God, there's so much talent, so much to do from what we heard from the first panel. And we know that despite all this, the lack of credible institutions in Africa has far-reaching and detrimental consequences for many of us. We know that addressing these challenges is a complex and long-term endeavor, which will take a lot of years to do. But on this panel today, we're looking at the role of how do we strengthen institutions, and then I think about the role of effective and transparent institution in any democracy cannot really be overemphasized. We know that if Africa must grow and be in line with the AU's Agenda 2063, which is the Africa we want, we must first strengthen our institutions, establish effective, responsive, and democratic institutions, which is very critical for not just the growth, but reducing poverty in Africa. And I also think about it additionally, SDG 16 focuses on really looking at people's lives, reducing violence, improving access to justice, promoting effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions. And really, as we think about it, we know that strong institutions are essential foundation for any sustainable development goal. Is vital for any rule of law and economic development. So we really cannot talk about our theme today, which is African economic empowerment, without looking at our institutions. And on that note, I have great experts in the room. We're going to spend the next 45 minutes really looking at how do we explore ways to strengthen institutions in Africa and building the right foundation for development and inclusive growth. My panelists are specialists in the field, as you've heard. I'll allow them introduce themselves, and I'm grateful to them for making time despite their very busy schedules to be here with us. I'll start by just calling on them to first spend a minute or two, introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and what you do in 1 minute, and then we move to the core discussions. But I promise you that at the end of this discussion, we're hoping to have not just policy, legal, and policy law, and other areas of recommendations. We're going to come out with core recommendations that will find ways to follow through beyond this. I'll start with you, Samson.
Well, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Samson Itodo, and I am African, and I work with an organization called Yaga Africa. And what we do is to help states build mutually constructive relationships with citizens. And this we do through our work on elections, engagement with legislature, as well as citizens' engagement. Thank you, and I'm so delighted to be here.
Thank you so much, Samson, for that. Chinonye, please.
Am I audible? Great. Hello, good evening, everyone. I am super honored to be here. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Africa Policy Conversations for inviting me. I'm very, very happy, and I'm so happy also to see all of your wonderful faces here. First of all, can I also say that it is a very rare occurrence to see 3 Chineas in the room. So for me and my 2 namesakes, I'm so happy. Very, very rare occurrence. So as mentioned, I work in grants administration at the National Endowment for Democracy based in Washington, D.C. I cover a grants portfolio for the Africa region. I'm extremely passionate about building and strengthening democracy in Africa, and I work quite a lot with grassroots organizations in a number of countries across the continent. I'm also a consultant, and my current focus is blockchain adoption and facilitating cross-border payments from outside of Africa into Africa.
Thank you. Mayawa, please.
Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, please.
Private sector, so I really hope I have something to contribute in terms of policy. I'm a partner based out of the Lagos office. I lead the work that we do. There we go. I lead the work that we do in the financial services space across the region. That's my day job. I also have a little bit of a side hustle where I lead our economic research for Africa. You might have read some of our publications. We've been doing that for about 15 years. The first one was called Lions on the Move. The latest one came out in August this year. It has no savanna animals because we were tired of people asking us, will the lions ever move? So hopefully I can bring some insight from there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bamikole Omishore. I was a special advisor to the former Senate President, so I think that qualifies me to be on the same panel with Samson. I did a lot of work with Samson while we were in the Senate, which was an institution on its own. Now I'm currently with the governor of Osun State, member of the cabinet. So I'm here to speak from a legislative perspective and slightly on the executive arm as well, since we just formed the cabinet a couple of months ago. It's a pleasure to be here, and I see some of my old colleagues from National Assembly in Yako in the room. I look forward to at least exchanging ideas. Thank you.
No, thank you so very much. So thank you to my panelists for introducing themselves. And Mayo, I'm singling you out because I hear you talk about the private sector and you being the only one here, even though I know you're not. So for me, when I thought about this topic, what I was thought about was if we must talk about strengthening institutions, I think it would be very important for us to first look at what are the really issues on ground. So we can't just be bandying the words strengthening institutions without looking at what are the fundamental issues. So I think it would be great to hear from you what you think are the prevalent issues surrounding poor institutions, because if we must get to adherence of the rule of law, then we should address those issues.
So very interesting question. Part of the work we did, and it took us 1.5 years actually to write, in fact 2 years, to write the report. It's completely funded by partners at McKinsey. There's no external money into the work that we do. Was we took a long-term view of what was happening across Africa, right? And we looked at the last 60 years and we looked at the last 30 years. One of the things that shocked me to find out, well, you live it, but when you see the numbers, it becomes very real, was that between 1960 and 2019, we stopped at 2019 because of COVID, Africa as a continent has only increased GDP per capita by 1.1%. 1.1%. That is how much people's lives have increased over the last 60 years. And we looked at, 60 because of the independence movement around that time. You then sort of look at the last 30 years, right? You looked at what happened between 1990 and 2000, 2000 and 2010, and then 2010 and 2030. And the picture doesn't change very much. Oh, sorry, you can't hear. The picture doesn't change very much. We're still a very, first of all, we're still a continent that is growing much slower than our population, right? We're a continent that is highly dependent on resources. We're a continent that is perhaps, very sadly, not very interconnected. You look at how we trade with ourselves. We trade more with Europe. We trade more with the United States than we trade with ourselves. Inter-African trade is 16% today, right? So you see all of these things and you realize that, you live, because I live in Nigeria, you live this thing, when you look at the numbers and you think to yourself, this doesn't make sense. It is it's very burdensome. I'm having conversations now with clients who are not Nigerian, and the first question they ask me is, what is happening in West Africa, right? The number of people, the population, and the percentage of our economic output that is now in regions that are sort of, I want to use very careful terms, but regions where there's been an undemocratic shift in government has significantly increased over the last 10 years. The countries that have inflation, countries that have, I can go on and on and on and on and on about all the numbers and all the things that are sort of our lived reality on the continent. And I think these are some of the things that are the product of the fact that we're sort of living in well, I don't want to use broad sweeping statements, but we are in a jurisdiction where, like you said, policy and the rule of law is not necessarily followed.
No, thank you so much. So I hear you, the idea that our per capita has been on 1.1% for so long. And then I think about it, so that's one aspect of it, looking at how development hasn't really gone so well over the years. I'm going to move to this side and just ask Samson. Samson, I know you've been doing a lot in terms of trying to get the youth involved, trying to really get policies in place. What have you seen that you say that is still the issue on ground in terms of talking about institutional growth?
Well, thank you very much. So there are three types of institutions on the continent, and I note that on this panel we have perhaps all Nigerians, so I'll try not to Nigerianize the conversation. And so I'll resist the temptation, and my intervention will be based on a scan of what the region actually projects. The first category of institutions we have, and first to make the point that when we talk about institutions, we're not necessarily looking at, bodies or government institutions. We're looking at norms, practices that shape how states, are run and how citizens engage with the state. First, there are dead institutions on the continent. There are some institutions that have lost their life. And so if you look at South Africa, you look at Uganda, you look at some parts of Nigeria, there's some institutions that actually come to mind. So the first one, if you see policing, for instance, if you look at the justice system, because from the last panel, we can't talk about Africa's transformation if justice becomes the most expensive commodity that ordinary citizens cannot access. So that's one category of institutions, dead institutions. They've lost life. The second category of institutions we have on the continent are malnourished institutions. These are institutions that are not they're not manned with individuals with the requisite capacity or the moral capital to manage the operations of those institutions. Or you have existing laws and policies that twist the institution to not deliver on its mandate, but instead serve the interests of the elite. So they are subjected to the whims and caprices, of political leaders. The third category of institutions, in my view, are what you might consider well-fed institutions. And sadly, these institutions are not well-fed because they seek to advance public interest. And one of them are political parties across the continent. They are well-fed because you have hegemons, who determine who has access, to power and who has access to the spoils or the dividends of democracy. And so if you look across Africa, these are the kinds of institutions that you find. And the reason is, if we don't address the question which was posed in the last session about what kind of values should shape how we structure our institutions and what kind of individuals go into those institutions. Because you can strengthen institutions if you wish, but institutions are not enough. You need human beings who uphold certain values to run those institutions, and then the institutions have self-correcting mechanisms that helps in curtailing excesses where people who man those institutions, act in manner that does not advance public interest. So if you look across the continent, this is what you find. And my last thought is, if we're going to transform the continent, then we need to fix our institutions, whether public or private.
Great point. So I hear dead institution, I hear malnourished institution, and I hear well-fed institution. And you think about it, you see justice, you see capacity, you see political parties, very essentials in the ecosystem of every democracy and country. Actually, that kind of brings me to, yes, I'm thinking about this, because I know that he has talked about, one thing that Samson said, he has talked about, so we're not just looking at the institutions itself, we're looking at the human beings and the values that we find. And so as I think about it, I think about the human beings, transparency, accountability, structures in place. I have projects in Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, different places. And as I move around these places, I see, you kind of feel the differences in the institutions and how that affects human rights, how that affects social welfare for the citizens. I just want to get your thoughts. What are your thoughts on this?
I don't know whose idea it was to put me next to Samson, because I don't even know how to speak after that. But it's also funny because Samson's a partner, Yaga Africa is a partner of ours, so I feel like this is a brother sitting next to me. You know, I could parrot a lot of what Samson has already mentioned, and I don't think it would even sort of summarize all that we've basically been trying to discuss, not even just here, but on the sidelines with other Africa events. You know, when we talk about the social contract, right, I'm sure that you've heard the term or the expression social contract, where basically you have a set of agreements or rules that a government and governed people pretty much agree to. And what we have seen across Africa is a erosion or a complete breaking or breakdown of that social contract, where governments have more or less decided not to adhere to what they've agreed on. So citizens have pretty much felt betrayed by their own governments. And that is basically what we have seen all across Africa. When you look at the World Justice Project's Rule of Law Index, African countries continue to rank the lowest on that index, with the exception of Botswana and Namibia. And as you mentioned, across my portfolio right now, I currently manage a portfolio of grants covering Somaliland, Zimbabwe, Uganda, and Kenya, but I've also worked on Gambia, Sierra Leone. They won't let me work on Nigeria, and I don't know why. They said I'm too emotional, but whatever. So, and we're seeing very, very similar situations. You're seeing a lack of transparency. You're seeing, in terms of government, in terms of institutions, you're seeing a lack of accountability. You're seeing a lack of media freedom. You're seeing citizens having to take power into their own hands. And that is now producing people like Samson and people like Renu, who's sitting in front of me, who are trying to stand in the gap, where institutions are failing, where they're breaking down, people, civil society, nonprofits, they end up standing in the gap and doing the role that they actually weren't really meant to do. That is all due to this broken social contract. So ultimately, we do see similar situations across Africa, and it is quite unfortunate that you don't really put Africa and democracy in the same sentence. Because when you look at democratic principles of protection and promotion of human rights,
and you're saying you're too good, you're too pretty, you don't want to mess your leg up, and you allow the next batch of 12 to play the game, you're not going to get your best results. So which goes back to the basics of while we were in National Assembly, yes, you need to be rugged to win elections, but the capacity to run governance is different from winning an election. And that's why, we did some good work with Yaga while we were in National Assembly. And I think to build strong institutions, which is part of the Sustainable Development Goals of creating an enabling environment for peace and justice, we need to address the rule of law. And how do we address rule of law if our politicians don't have the capacity to drive some of these changes? So first is getting more people that are enlightened. That's why I passionately supported the Not Too Young to Run. I think in the last 4-8 years, things have moved a little bit. We have more enlightened people getting into public office, more accessible. When you're accessible, you get to get the feedback to drive these changes. And I speak in the context of Nigeria in this sense. And to build stronger institutions, I think we must address poverty and hunger. Why is that? You cannot build a strong institution if politicians believe, I don't have to work for the next 4 years after being elected, which is based on, you were talking about social contract. when they know they can give 2,000, 3,000 naira or less than $2, $3 to win an election. So we must go back to the drawing board and see how do we improve the quality of people that come into different political posts, different institutions, be it your National Assembly, be it your government. And the least functional institution in Nigeria is also the local government. All the jobs that, even with the local government autonomy being passed, we still see a lot of states that are driving their budget, running their budget. So in my context, I think one of the biggest things we need to do to perform at utmost performance, that includes training, which Yaga is doing, not just at elections, but also the level of education and change of orientation of people that actually do go into office. And also talking about institutions would be people trying to have a sit-down syndrome that we see across all Africa. No matter how good of a president, of a governor you could be, trying to elongate your stay in office affects the institution itself. So we must begin to have that conversation is even the best of persons, how do we get them to mentor the next generation to take over so that at least that knowledge, that expertise can be passed on to build more stronger institutions than building a one-man show, one-man army. I think I'll leave on that for now.
No, thank you. So garbage in, garbage out. And really, you say you can't give what you don't have. So it's not just about having elections and having the right people in these places, but really having people who are enlightened, people who have the quality of what it takes to govern. And then thinking about a bottom-up approach, making sure that we're covering the very local levels that matter. I'm going to just announce that this is a very interactive panel. I'm not going to wait to the end to get questions. So if you have any comments, contribution, just feel free to raise your hand at any point, and I'm going to jump in, because for us, we want to exchange and learn. So I see your hand, please.
I need to speak louder? Okay. Thanks for getting it to chill down in here a little bit. I'm Yona, from Boston. A huge interest in doing some manufacturing in Senegal, West Africa. In December, with some of the I think this mic is consistent.
Yeah,
okay,
we
good.
hear you.
So I'm listening to you all talk about these institutions, right? These institutions that are dysfunctional, that are really controlling the country. And really, it's a power construct that I see, because when I was in Senegal, I saw that we, all men, is who I met with, all men. But when religion or a culture is the forefront of the institution back. And then there's I just want to know how much of this changed from getting and eradicating Europe and China investments that are actually controlling, as they do in America. Corporations are controlling the government. And so you can organize the people, you can educate the people, but what leverage do the people have when you're dealing with resources, power, and money? And so the president's got the military. Might train someone to come up for this new government position. Some presidents don't even step down after they're voted out. So what are the other, what's happening in the west side of Africa? I'm concerned about so what's happening in the west side of Africa, where we are creating a system to help eradicate the hands choking the country.
Thank you. So I'm going to keep on that first. If I come to the next person, I see hands up. I'm going to stay on that.
I recommend we take.
I'll take all the questions at once. If it's going to be 2 seconds, not less than 1 minute, please, because I know this. We're running out of time. Yes. So straight to the question. Keep sharp, and then I pick it up, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Yamando Alexander from the African Fund. Hearing the panel, by the way, very interesting. My question is, as we read the geopolitical landscape right now with so many coups from Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, lately Gabon, and how ECOWAS is suddenly getting so worried, I will say, and trying to send army into Niger to try to restore a president that is long gone. What is in what you're thinking and what you're pushing for the promotion of democracy when we see actually a reverse, that democracy in the last 50, 60 years didn't work for the people?
Interesting. I'll take one there, then I'll get back to my panelists.
To the back?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll take, yeah, she.
Thank you very much. My name is Linda Bonyo. I am a lawyer based out of Kenya, and I work on digital laws. So I run an organization called Lawyers Hub, and there are two things that I want to just bring to the fore from what I've seen. I like the work that Diego is doing, and I had the opportunity to observe the Nigerian elections. And I'm surprised by the inability for us in the continent to draw patterns from what's happening across the African continent. I think we're so siloed in our approaches that we can't necessarily see what happens. For instance, it's very easy to guess what's going to happen next in the next African elections. From how elections are stolen to the way they ideally get to the end, how disinformation works on platforms, and then also how people go to court and challenge election results, and then eventually how they're announced. This has happened before in different countries, and we can see it. How do we learn from these patterns? Number two, how do we fund organizations when our budget is foreign? Kenya's, for example, digital budget, education budget is funded by the British. And so what the British wants, ideally, we'll do it, even when we don't know or don't want it. And so as we talk about new technologies like AI, and we're trying to redesign institutions and saying that data protection commissions don't necessarily have to be AI regulators, but we can't do it on an African budget because we can't afford to redesign institutions. How do we do that? Thank you.
No, thank you so much. So I've opened the floodgates. So I'm seeing questions. I'm going to come back to you. I want to, because the things that have come out of here that are very important. And majority of what I hear is West Africa, what is happening? Coups that we are seeing, what is going on? What are the patterns that we are seeing where elections takes place? So I'm from Nigeria, disclaimer, I'm sure you'd have seen from my accent. People say, oh, just go to court. We're seeing a lot of places where the judiciary is making decisions on elections now, and not just the vote counting anymore. And Mayo, Chiney, I'm going to come to you. I hear about funding and how funding dictates the tone. So I'm going to get to you for that, to tell us in terms of when you are funding, what do you think? But before I do that, something I know you've been so involved in, maybe tell folks who are not from Nigeria what the Not Too Young to Run is about, quickly, and then how do you see us changing the dynamics? Is it that we don't have the right people, or we don't have the right institutions, or the institutions are not functional? What really is the missing piece of what's happening in West Africa? People have argued that people see the patterns and the trends where constitutions are changed, elections are not honored, we go to court, and that is the particular trend we're seeing. So what is the missing piece? No, Samson, please.
Okay. So the Not Too Young to Run was a campaign led by young people in Nigeria to reduce the age for running for office, because at the time, I think till date, the average age for African president was somewhere around 64. And that's a continent, as you know, we're a young continent where you have old and expired politicians maintaining political power at the expense of their people. And so the Constitution reduced the age for running for office thanks to the likes of banks and other legislators. So that's what Not Too Young to Run is. But I think to this vexed question about the unconstitutional changes of government, and just to tie these two interventions, first, the pandemic of discontent that you see expressed on the streets of Mali, Guinea, Niger, and Gabon is just driven by the failure of political leaders to deliver the dividends of democracy to the people. And when you see young people celebrate, they're not celebrating military, dictatorship per se. They're just in a quest for what? For alternatives. And it's alternatives that put food on the table, that gives them access to quality education. So long as political leaders
don't address these challenges, then people are just going to clamor for these alternatives. And so what we need to do is first, our regional institutions, like the African Union, like ECOWAS, they have been too reactive for too long. When political leaders steal elections, these same institutions legitimize those elections. And you think people are stupid? People are watching when the ECOWAS rises up and say, oh, the Sierra Leonean election. Because we know what happened with the Sierra Leonean election that held few months ago. So these institutions need to rise to the occasion. Secondly, we need political education. We've got to educate our people, to appreciate the fact that democracy does not begin and end with elections. That there's a lot of work that happens after elections, and that is the work of holding leaders to account. That you don't have to wait for another round of elections to hold them to account. So that kind of political education. And thirdly is the fact that, honestly, we need to rethink our leadership recruitment process. If a seat in parliament is a reward for sycophancy, you're going to have people who don't have the capacity to legislate in our parliaments, in our state houses. That's how you have Mugabes everywhere in the continent, because people perpetuate themselves in office and they don't want to leave. And so people are tired. So we've got to change our leadership recruitment process. So only people who have the competence, the character, and capacity, can run for office. And to my sister from Senegal, Senegal remains a shining light for the continent. And it's a shining light for how collective power of the people can actually hold authoritarians to account. Macky Sall wanted to run for a third term. It took the people of Senegal to hold him to account. And it's not the first time. When Abdoulaye Wade wanted to change the constitution, they mobilized. And Yanama, which is the movement or citizens movement, did support that effort. And we see all of this actually happening, because on the continent, I think the fact that citizens are still galvanizing and pushing against authoritarianism is something that gives me hope that there's actually light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I still see hands up. But I'm just wondering what to do, because I have my panelists that I really have so much to ask, and I'm seeing hands up. But I know the panelists are going to hang around. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much for that question for the two of you. And I will touch on yours, but I will focus primarily on yours. So, as you were speaking, I was just thinking about the word corporate cronyism and how we have institutionalized corruption on a level that the average citizen has very little knowledge about. But based on your experience, you've been able to observe that there are corporate interests that are protected, and then the self-interests of those who are within positions of power, they keep that power amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, the people who basically lose out are the small businesses, the citizens in general. But as Samson mentioned, we can't underestimate the power of a collective call for accountability and transparency. The more information you have, the more you're able to collectively, as a citizenry, as a unit or as a nation, you are able to demand accountability and to sort of link the 2 points together. You said something that immediately when you said it, I was like, I don't think I would call any nation in Africa a democracy, because I'm looking at the democratic principles, and when I think about what democratic principles actually are, I can't touch on a country where I would say that this is a democracy in the true sense that I understand it to be. Democracy is not where you have leaders that are in power for 50+ years, where you have 90-something-year-old leaders that continue somehow to be reelected with disputed elections, where you have the populace protesting outside that we do not want you in office anymore. You have leaders that are handing over power to their children. I wouldn't call that a democracy in any way whatsoever. Where you have continually disputed elections, where you have people that are completely discriminated, or they're shut out from the democratic processes, where you have the weaponization of tribe and religion and poverty, of course, we've already touched on that. I wouldn't call any of that democracy. So I cannot say that there's a nation in Africa right now that I would characterize as a democracy. So when you said, with the uprisings, the coups, and I guess the unraveling of what seemed to be a semblance of something that looks like democracy, I would say, like Samson mentioned, they are looking for an alternative. And again, as we've probably discussed, maybe not here, but in other conversations, coups, civilian or military, are anti-democratic, they're undemocratic, they're wrong. But when you have the level of desperation we're witnessing, they are looking for anything else. We are tired of 47, 87-year-old people. We're tired of decades of rule. We're tired of you continually handing over power to you and your friends. You find out that the leaders, the government leaders, their children are married to the judicial leaders, and they're married to and they're all basically, again, institutionally corrupt. So dismantling the system comes with active participation in democratic processes. And I can touch on the funding bit, maybe if not now, then later. We need to collectively have a barrage of people who are asking the right questions and participating in democratic processes, not just elections. You have constitutional reviews, you have hearings, Senate hearings, or legislative hearings in general. You have so many activities that most people do not know when they take place. They have no idea what they are. And so we do not have as much of an active citizenry as we should all across the continent. And I think once we start there, we can actually start looking at, are we upholding these democratic principles enough to even call this a democracy? Because as at now, I don't think so.
Okay, so before I continue, we have a panelist who couldn't be here in person, who is actually online. I'll crave your indulgence, so let's quickly hear from him as we continue. That's Professor Kofi Abose.
Hi, I'm Adeze. I moved back from the UK in 2021, and since...
Distinguished invited guests and participants, I bring you warm greetings.
Institutions are important in the development of any society, and certainly in the conduct of commerce and international business. Not only have they been described as the rules of the game, but institutions also provide a predictable basis for conducting business and commerce generally. And therefore, institutions cannot be, the point cannot be overemphasized that institutions are important. Now, given that I have only 3 minutes, I'm going to therefore limit this. I'm not going to go into the details of the theory. So I'm going to limit my short presentation to the 2 key aspects of institutions and their importance to investment in Africa. And these 2 key aspects have to do with the need to synergize institutions and therefore harmonize institutions across the continent. And secondly, also to emphasize the rule of law dimensions of institutions. In terms of synergizing institutions, Africa contains of more than 50 countries. And these countries have varying rules and regulations and approaches for dealing with things. The reality of the colonial legacy in Africa has implied that Africa has been said to operate a fragmented commercial space, which means many countries, some of which do not have the requisite population to support an attractive investment environment, so to speak. These countries, so to speak, are not that competitive, but this situation is further compounded by the fact that they do have different institutional arrangements and different rule requirements for the conduct of business and therefore investment. So there may be the need to emphasize the issue of harmonization or synergizing the rules and regulatory approaches to operating institutions. One study, for example, has found that Africa operates more than 275 mobile wallets, and a similar study found that there are over 500 banks on the continent. While these of themselves are not bad, sometimes they do reflect the diversity of institutions and they do reflect the diversity of regulatory approaches as investors tend to respond or having to respond to different regulatory requirements from country to country. So there may be the need to synergize and harmonize Africa's institution in order to reinforce the commonality of the market, particularly the new market being established under the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, the AFCFTA. So it's important that we appreciate the specialty of institutions in terms of how they expand the prospects and the overall investment capacity of a continent such as Africa's that has different dynamics and the diversity of countries and approaches as far as the regulation to business and commerce is concerned. The second aspect, which has to do with the rule of law. One study finds, for example, that should Africa reinforce its rule of law and the role law plays generally in institutional dynamics, Africa will add $20 billion to its GDP. While that may appear not exactly as significant given the size of the African continent and given Africa's overall GDP, which has been estimated to be 3.3 and growing very quickly, it's important to appreciate how institutions can reinforce the attractiveness of the continent as a marketplace and as a destination of investment. And the World Bank has estimated, for example, that countries on the continent, and certainly that of Ghana, loses over $3 billion annually to corruption, for example. And this is a conservative figure that was indicated many years ago, which obviously must have grown bigger now. The deficits of the rule of law and its impact on a country's attractiveness as a destination of investment and as a retainer of investment can again be overemphasized in this particular context. So it's important and imperative that the role of institutions are, one, appreciated, but also two, properly deployed in the context of investment to ensure that that Africa is attractive as a destination of investment. But as I conclude, I would just like to emphasize that it's important to also look at investment from a broader and holistic perspective. This is not just international investment, even local investment. All investment require one fundamental thing, and that is the predictability of the ease of doing business and therefore the prospects of doing business, and also more crucially, the safety of investment itself. And I think that the role and importance of institutions in these respects cannot be overemphasized.
We're going to ask for them to round up as we end. I'll take one question there.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I think mine is really just a commentary, but along the lines of what Samson Itodo had spoken to on strengthening institutions. And to my mind, institutions don't work in isolation. They're made up of people who come from somewhere. So I think we should also pay attention to our family unit. It's also an essential part when these conversations come up. What kind of people are we raising? What kind of people are we associating? And how are some of these conversations influencing our world? Because when you look at the decadence in society today, it's very abnormal, for lack of a better word. Just how that if you're cultured in a certain way from where you come from, there are certain things you would naturally not do. You would hear people say things like, in our family, we do not do things like this. And that alone is enough mindset shift in how we operationalize our institutions and how we go about, when we talk about strengthening systems. I'm a very systems-focused person, and I can tell you for free that the reflection you see at work, at school, it's not so far from how people are where they come from. So I think in crafting some of this, we should also pay attention to what is the family unit made of in 2023 in Africa, and how does it impact the larger society? Thank you.
Thank you.
So two things. One, I hear success stories. Chinonye, I know I see hands, but my panelists are going to step down and they really have time to engage with them. I need to be mindful of other panels that are coming up. Someone is consistently putting his hand up.
One last person.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Prameet. I'm from Boston, but I'm an Indian American. So recently, African Union has been added as a G21 member. And there is a lot of interest and there's a big summit in India that just concluded of G20, and now it will become G21 with African Union being part of it. So from India, I have seen there is a lot of interest of starting some big ventures in Africa, particularly in healthcare and agriculture. So one is in the agriculture. For the whole world, apart from Africa, is looking for organic food, and there is so much of organic land and organic farming that we can do in Africa. So how we should move about, if you can give some thoughts around it. And second, in the healthcare sector, I myself have set up cancer centers in India, and I'm very keen on setting up cancer centers in Africa. So in those lines, if I could get some help in this forum. Thank you.
So you're in the right room. There's a deal room coming up. So that's where you're going to hear lots of ideas coming from lots of people here in this room, and they will connect with you. I'm mindful of the time. I'm going to go around to my panelists. 2 questions. I think we're just going to go around with one first, then I'll go with the second one. So as I ask the first, I want to think about the second. So following Reno's question around success stories, so we just can't come here and talk about wrong things that are going on. What has worked? So we've talked about what hasn't worked. I know somebody called it civilian coups in Africa because we see it coming before it becomes a real coup. We've talked about the problems, institutions, we've mentioned all of them. But what has worked? From your experience in 2 minutes or 1 minute, tell us what has worked. Then after that, after I go through the round, I'll come back again to ask you, what is our takeaway from here? What policy implementation? What do you think we should do differently as a group, as individuals, as we think about promoting justice, good governance, transparency, the ease of doing business? But let's start with the first. What has worked for you, Mayowa, or success stories?
So I started with giving very grim statistics about our overall macroeconomic position. So I'll give maybe 2 numbers that give me a lot of comfort when I'm having conversations. The first is that half of Africa's population, right, half of the population actually lives in countries that are growing above average growth. So over the last 20 years, Africa has probably grown 4.5%. Half of the population of Africa lives in countries that are growing very quickly. So I know I started doom and gloom 1.1% economic growth since 1960s, but the picture of Africa is not the same. And I think that's something that's very, very important for us to internalize. And also, I know we always say Africa is not a country, but when we're talking about Africa to non-Africans, we always say Africa. But realizing that there is a differentiated growth path, there are differentiated growth outcomes across the continent, gives me a lot of comfort and a lot of reasons to look at the glass half full, not half empty. The second stat I'm going to give you is something also that people are very surprised about, and I think it's also very important in the context of capital and thinking about what's happening in the corporate world. Africa has today 345 companies that's making over $1 billion. A lot of people, and this is not $1 billion valuation, it's $1 billion in revenue. When I ask people how many companies they think it is, people will tell me 10. These are Africans, or not even non-Africans. People say 10, people say 50. And your view on the continent, and I think the question was someone asked about investing and building businesses in Africa. The view on the continent changes if you think we have 350 companies that are making $1 billion than 50 making $1 billion. I think there's reason for optimism. There's reason to be hopeful. We can't only look at the bad things. I think they're also very, very. I try to call them bright spots. And then the third thing I'm going to talk about, because we just had a panel full of people, is just the innovation, the dynamism that we're seeing in the technology sector. I fundamentally believe that technology has a huge role to play in finding solutions, and we're seeing it. African homegrown solutions for African problems, and we're seeing it every day, and I think that gives me a lot of cause for optimism.
Thank you so much. So diversity, the idea, I didn't know this figure at all. It's shocking.
You can download my reports and read it.
Companies owned by Africa is actually worth $1 billion in revenue. So as you think about businesses coming to Africa, I'm sure that should be something to look out for.
So what has worked? For me, answering the question what has worked, I wouldn't answer it as a politician that has worked in National Assembly or state level, because first of all, I'm Nigerian. What has worked is, I believe the first thing is the most powerful office at the end of the day is the office of the citizen. In as much that we might not see it because we haven't really won the entire battle, but we are winning the war as we progress as a people. And I say that to say this. Gone are the days, to some extent, Reno asked that question, what has worked, right? And I'll tell you, the NSAS was a big success to some level. Why? It got politicians to sit up, politicians across different political parties. Now, you see Nigerians talking on social media, yelling about this, yelling about that. Beyond that, their kids are also telling them, Daddy, they are coming for us. So for me, it's a level of success from 12, 13 years ago to when I moved back to Nigeria to now. Also, what has worked is the not too young to run bill. The old guys weren't trying to let the young folks take over their seats. Right now, you have the youngest speaker, 35, is also the youngest conference of speaker in Nigeria. That's what is working. Advocacy is working in Nigeria. Also, the not too young to run bill have said that. More importantly, openness. Advocacy is working in Nigeria. It might look like you're not winning the big battle, but believe me, every day, because I knew what it took for the 8th Assembly to open their budget to let you know where 110 billion was going to 400, 500 people. Senators that have been there, legacy senators, fought back on it. But they couldn't hide after a while because their kids, their wives, their concubines, and we're always reminding them, you need to make this thing open. So it goes back to it, that the biggest thing working is office of the citizen. We must continue to push for that. And going back to coups in Africa, same thing. I was having a conversation earlier in one of the meetings I went to, and the first coup is stealing of the ballot, stealing the votes of the people is the first coup. Not to say we support the military coup, but if you do not let the people vote their choice, select their choice, change the rule of the game through an election, there are consequences, or there should be consequences. There should be democratically resolved consequences. But now that goes back to the justice system. So now the judiciary, we need to continue to garbage in, garbage out. Make sure the quality of education, the orientation of the people that sits on this bench as judges is checked from the beginning. Then also, what was a lot of questions. So I think one question I really actually wanted to touch base on is, how do we go about investing in Nigeria and Africa? Nigeria is open for business. And I belong to a different political party from the current president, but I have faith in some of the guys that have been selected to be the ministers. One of them is the Minister of Digital Economy. I believe that, Bosun Young chap is going to create a lot of innovative ideas. Also in my state, in Osun State, very agri-friendly, so I'll definitely get your number and see how we can at least invite you over. One of the things we're trying to do is create a digital space where you can see the business opportunities available for you in the state. And the state is also creating an enabling environment that makes sure right in the office of the governor, we drive the process. Before you come to Nigeria, the ease of doing business, getting your visa on arrival, making sure your transportation from Lagos to Osun, your business registration, making sure your farm inputs. But what we are demanding is local content. The entire value chain of agriculture is what we want. We don't just want investors to come and take the mineral resources and go and produce it. We produce cocoa in Osun State. We need to have a chocolate factory in Osun State as well, the entire value chain. So businesses interested in building an entire value chain and reverse integration, totally welcome. We will support you, make sure the process is fast, transparent, and you will get your investment back. Thank you.
Thank you for that great pitch for business for Nigerians. I hope those from Kenya, from other places, will also pitch their businesses at the end when they open up the deal room. Samson.
Yes, Marino, there are cases where things have actually worked. Yes, citizens' action has worked. But if you look at the pandemic response, the community spirit and the power of innovation that was demonstrated by Africans, producing face masks, it's something that's actually working. And so you can see how in some countries, institutions actually responded. And the world had to look to Africa in some cases, even though they were deploying and sending some materials to Africa. One other thing that has worked is if you look across the continent, although there's one president who said he wants to run for fourth term, which I have problems with, and it's my personal view, but if you look at that country, you still see a semblance of functional institutions. And if you look at how power has been decentralized, you'd also see how the state is able to galvanize citizens to make contributions to government policies. So look at local governance in a country like Rwanda. In a country like South Africa, there are also decentralized forms of decision-making, and that has also really worked. We've also seen the judicial system, also work in some cases. Malawi was one, Kenya is also one. We've seen these institutions with their robustness able to hold leaders to account. Although one bad example is, well, you can say South Africa, where the Office of the Public Prosecutor did, prosecute former President Jacob Zuma. But a few months down the line, the dude is coasting and is enjoying himself somewhere. But to a large extent, we've seen our judicial systems in some countries actually hold leaders to account, and they've also upheld justice. So there are pockets, there are pockets of effectiveness and good stories on the continent.
Thank you so much. Chinwe, please.
Oh, wow, do I get the closing word? No pressure. What has worked, in my opinion, in my observation, it is purely the African spirit of resilience, the African spirit of mess around and find out, the African spirit of what we call in Nigeria, the coconut head generation, that they don't joke, they don't play. That's Rini's generation. That has worked. And I've seen that not just in Nigeria, I've seen that across countries all on the continent. There is a new breed. And I know that, I guess we've called it the idea whose time has come. I think the only visualization I can give is whack-a-mole. I don't know if you guys know the game whack-a-mole, where you hit one pops up here. You hit one, pops up here. That is the African spirit of, we're not giving up. So you can't suppress an idea whose time has come. And that is the new breed of Africans who are filled with the spirit of, we're not taking this anymore. We don't see the dividends of democracy that we were promised. We don't see the dream that you promised us. And so we're challenging the old guard. We're challenging the status quo. We're holding institutions to account. We're reading our constitutions, we're reading these documents. I loved observing elections across the continent and seeing some of our partners mobilize around those elections, and they held civic education programs, they held election awareness workshops, they helped voter registration, they queued up and they stayed in line for hours. Some spent days preparing, helping people register. That's the African spirit, and that's what I've seen. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I hear a lot, the African spirit of resilience, the office of the citizens, and I'm going to round up with that. But before I do, Africa Policy Conversations and the Vance Center has partnered together to work on this. One thing we want to do, somebody in the first panel talked about lots of conversations. We just don't want to have conversations. We want to leave here with recommendations. We want to leave here with what next can we do as institutions, as individuals. And I ask my panelists in 1 minute to just tell us, what is that thing these two organizations should think about as they think about the next level for next year? I'll start with you, Chinwe, this time.
So, action?
Yes. Recommendations.
In terms of policy?
Policy recommendations, and how do we then, as we think about strong institutions, as we think about good governance, transparency, accountability, what is that thing we should look at as institutions?
Okay, institutions need to understand that the time for transparency is now. You have, again, access to information. We're holding conversations on X and Clubhouse. The time for transparency is now. The time where you could sort of close your books and hide and keep information a secret, the time is gone. You have awesome organizations like Budget, Tracker that are really democratizing access to information about public funds and all that. So in terms of policy, you're better off being transparent now, because this generation, they'll find out. They'll find out.
Transparency.
Yeah.
So if Africa Policy Conversations and Vance Center comes to you for funding for transparency, you will. Thank you for telling us that. Samson.
I think we often assume that people who hold public offices have the answers to all the questions, and they actually don't. And so my sort of recommendation is to both Africa Policy and the Vance Center to think about teasing out some of the actions and the proposals that have come from this, and engage the people who have the power to make decisions. And tied to that is, if you're going to do this next year, then the real people who are not part of this choir, and that's those people who make most of the decisions, they also have to be here. It's good we have banks here, but we need to have more of those decision makers in this space. So let's get to interact with them and push some buttons. And the last point for me will be that a few weeks ago, one of the former presidents of Gabon, in a very funny and ridiculous video, called on Africans to make noise. I don't know how many of us saw that.
Yeah.
We said we should make noise. And I just want to flip that it is time to make noise for Africa's redemption. And it's a redemption from exploitative local elites, as well as some foreign powers that have continually held Africa hostage. So that is the noise we need to make. And I think the Vance Center and Africa Policy have provided this space for us to make that noise for Africa redemption. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So make noise.
Make the noise. Make it at the local level. Don't wait till election. See, I'll tell you this. Politicians across all parties in all countries are scared of the people. Once you understand that, you understand the power that you have, then why not make that noise? Make the noise enough that as they approach election in the next 3 years, at least I speak for Nigeria, and this covers Africa as well, and the country that the president wants to run for 4th term. If a noise is made, I feel the president that wants to run for the 4th term will find one of his mentees that can take over. Not to say that's the best approach, but at least we start to see some semblance of change. Make noise, understanding the fact that because you can win an election by rigging, by bribing, doesn't mean you can govern. And when they understand that the citizens can make it ungovernable for them, they will give you better choices. So when you have better choices for election, hopefully we get better outputs. So yes, make noise, make the right noise. Next time, invite people that can not only make change because they are there right now, people that have the prospect in the next election to be there to take these policies and enact them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mayura.
I wonder what country, this country that shall not be named, that we keep talking about, but I was reflecting a little bit on the conversation that we've had. And I think maybe just 2 or 3 things I would say, just in addition to what the panelists have said. I think the first one is just one, who are institutions? Institutions are made up of you and I, right, people. And I think someone mentioned the office of the citizen. So maybe one thing for you guys to think about is how do you actually help across the continent mobilize the office of the citizen and capacitate enough, in a smart way for us to make noise that is heard, right? You want to make noise that is coherent. You want to make music. You want to make noise that actually leads to action. So how can you actually capacitate that? So that's one. The second question, or the second thought I had as I thought about this nameless country, is also, what are we doing to ensure succession planning in our countries, right? What are we doing to make, because this is something, again, that is, I guess, something that we think about a lot in the corporate world. But when you think about these countries that have strong men, I always ask, who's going to replace them? And how are we ensuring that there's right succession planning in those countries and in the institutions that we're talking about to make sure that, again, when there's a change of power, it doesn't lead to chaos. So that's another thing that I would also talk about. And the third for me is just ensuring that, we don't seem helpless. I think there was a lady there that, talked about, corporate chronism, capture, and all of that. But don't underestimate, I have to borrow from Chinaya, an idea whose time has come. And don't underestimate the power that you have. Don't underestimate the power that you have to effect change, right? And so that's maybe for all of us in the room, not to just sit down and think, oh, yet another election has passed, or, yet something else has happened, yet another coup, or yet we have the power to effect change, and it's in our hands. So again, a charge for us in the room. What can we do to see the institutions that we want across Africa?
Thank you so much. I sincerely apologize for extending this panel beyond the time, but I think we've had very wonderful and great discussions. We'll end by saying that if we must, as Africans, work to promote access to justice, good governance, transparency, accountability, and ease of doing business, as we heard from our panelists today, we need to activate our African spirit of resilience, mobilize the office of the citizen, which is every one of you in this room. So feel free to reach out to us. We are looking for partnership. We want to partner with you. We don't want to think we can do it alone. And we know every one of you in this room has got a strength, has got a network, has got something to offer. So let's activate that and partner together to do this more. Thank you so much to my panelists. It's been wonderful listening to you. I've been taking notes. Thank you so much, everybody, for having us. Thank you.
How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you very much to our panelists and, of course, to the moderator. I want to appeal to them to move to the left of the room for a photograph now. Very valuable content, if I may. All right. Okay, so just a small announcement for you. We do have some refreshments on the left side of the room. That food is still coming, I have been assured.
Yeah, it's on the streets. The delivery guy is on the streets. And that's what happens when you patronize an African business sometimes, African time. Because that food was supposed to be here by 3 p.m.
It's coming, so sincere apologies, but we can make do with what we have here in the meantime. But I would like to now turn your attention again to the screen as we watch a short video around the Africa Policy Conversation Initiative.
Africa. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be with you today. My name is Uche. This is Africa. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be with you today. My name is Uchechi Mbao Zuku, co-founder, Africa Policy Conversations. I'm so sad that I couldn't be there in person, but I'm right here now just to tell you a little bit about Africa Policy Conversations. Where Africa Policy Conversations, it was set up in 2019, and it was part of a solution to the problems we have in Africa. We got tired of complaining about the problems, ranting on social media, on Twitter and all that, and we decided to do something about it. So we set up a group of young people, and thankfully we've expanded now to other parts of Africa. We're in about 20 countries, over 20 countries, and in the diaspora as well. We have about 300 volunteers and we have thousands in our community. So we're a group of young people, thought leaders, female-led organization, where we curate conversations to talk about the problems in Africa. I don't know if you've heard of the term isomorphic mimicry. So some of these Western policies were sort of copied and pasted in the continent, right? So we have problems that are uniquely African, and it takes African solutions to African problems. AFPC is simply the first of its kind. There's no other Pan-African platform or initiative doing what we're doing. AFPC does not stop at having discussions or just talking about the problems. It actively works to see proposed changes manifest. It seeks to reorientate African leaders, people, leading in mindset shifts by solving deep-rooted problems in Africa, such as corruption, ineptitude, amongst others. So our goal is to stimulate productive policy conversations that lead to actionable changes across Africa. We do this by mapping out problems affecting African countries and deconstructing these problems. Recommendations are then made to governments of said countries and African countries, providing supports and tracking the implementation process of solutions provided. So we're set up in 2019. Our first event was intellectual property. We talked a lot about intellectual property. We had members from the National Assembly in Nigeria. We participated in the events, and we had people from companies, civil society, different walks of life, and we debated and we came up with solutions which we presented to the legislature. So in 2020, we had our second annual event themed Funding the Future. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the event was held virtually and in person. We had physical locations in Abuja, Nigeria, as well as in Johannesburg, South Africa. It featured top finance experts and stakeholders in governments from across Africa. In 2021, we had our annual event titled Inclusive Governance, a Panacea for Nation Building. As part of our future projects, we're looking to launch the AFPC African Gems Award, where we celebrate unsung heroes, people doing great work and beautiful, wonderful, amazing things in their communities across Africa. This is also part of AFPC's aim to recognize the efforts and achievements of young, innovative leaders across Africa. And it will consist of 5 main categories: policymakers, entrepreneurs, creatives, tech innovators, activists.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nobolo Amsiri. Please allow me to introduce AFPC's Southern African Chapter. Together with the AFPC, our goal is to revolutionize policies that will serve Africans within the continent and in the diaspora. Every conversation we have is a step towards our mission, a mission to improve the standard of living through effective policy conversations. As Regional Director of Southern Africa, it is an honor to introduce our key focus sectors and programs that are at the forefront of the Southern African region. First and foremost, we champion the trade and finance sector through our program Funding the Future and strategic partnerships. Our commitment to women and youth empowerment is unwavering. In the realm of science and technology, we believe that fostering a culture of innovation will ensure that Southern Africa and Africa sits at the cutting edge of technological advancements. In the heart of our mission lies crucial truths. Gender equality is the linchpin that holds the fabric of all sustainable goals Without its realization, our progress towards a more equitable and just society will be at a standstill. We equally recognize that the future of Africa lies in the hands of its youth, and we are dedicated to their empowerment. None of this is possible without acknowledging the crucial and immediate and sustained efforts needed that must be taken to mitigate or adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. Looking ahead, our focus remains clear. We are committed to Africa's inclusive economic empowerment. Together as AFPC Southern Africa and the entire AFPC organization, we will continue to work tirelessly towards a future where every person has a chance to thrive and contribute to the growth of this incredible continent.
We're a self-funded organization, an NGO, with a headquarters in Abuja, Nigeria, as well as a secretariat in Johannesburg, South Africa. And we fund the organization ourselves, so we had all these events by ourselves. Sometimes we get kind contributions and donations from here and there. All we're doing is appealing to you to please be kind enough to donate. No amount is too small, to support all the work that we're doing in the organization. So the QR code is going to be on the screen. It's also going to be at the entrance as well in some cards. So when you scan it, it takes you to the donate page. So please donate, and also donate your time too. To learn more about us,
I trust we've been enlightened further about the activities of the Africa Policy Conversations Initiative. Now we want to move on to our next panel. Right? Next panel? Next panel? Okay. All right, I'd like to introduce the moderator for the next panel. And this time we're going to be focusing.
Everyone, please, we need to start the panel. Please come back to your seats. Thank you very much. Our panelists are ready. They're waiting. Some of them have flights to catch. In fact, one or two of them have had to leave because we're running out of time. So please, let's continue the show. Over to you.
All right, so our next panel will be on rethinking finance, philanthropy, and diaspora investment.
Please have
in
a seat,
Africa.
everyone.
And I would like to introduce again, co-founder of Africa Policy Conversations, Jackie Ugokwe, to moderate this panel. Jackie? A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. I think I'll be more generous. I know it's been a long day. Thank you so much. We also have joining us for this panel, the Director of Foundation Operations at MGHS Foundation, Chinwe Egonu. A round of applause for her. She's already here. And I can see we have other panelists here as well. The Vice Chair of the International Sustainability Standard Board, Mr. Jidong Wa, is also here. A round of applause for him. Sorry? Okay. All right, do we have Clayton Banks in the room? Okay, Clayton is here. Please, a round of applause for him, the CEO of Silicon Harlem. Nexus C is a partner, O'Melveny and Myers Foundation, Niger We Can. A round of applause for him as well. Thank you very much. Do we have Mitch Brooks in the room as well? Okay, he's left. Okay, great. All right. Wangari, is she here? Yes. Wangari is here. Okay. Yes, I do understand. The Managing Director and Public Finance Management Specialist, Enterprise Global. Wangari Mukai is here. Yes, there she is. Please a round of applause for her. All right, and so on that note, I'll hand over to Jackie.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I know it's been a long day of sessions and engaging conversation, but I think this panel will be my personal favorite, and I'm not biased because I'm moderating. But however, this particular panel really is about refinancing, thinking about philanthropy, and thinking about how the diaspora can be more involved and to getting money back to the continent. And so I'm going to allow my panelists to introduce themselves very quickly. We do have a panelist who actually has a flight to catch, so I'm going to allow him to go first, and he may have to just jump really quickly, but I'm going to start all the way from my left side here, and we're just going to go in order. So feel free to go ahead, introduce yourself, your name, your organization, and what you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's show some Niger spirit. My name is Jing Donghua. I'm the vice chair of the International Sustainability Standard Board, but I started my career 30 years ago in Abidjan for the African Bank. Traveled in Africa extensively over the past 30 years. Very proud to have led many African local currency bonds, the first ever Niger bond, Zambia Kwacha bond, Rwandan franc bond, South African green bond. So I'm going to talk about finance.
Fantastic, thank you.
Hi, my name is Chinwe Gono. I'm the I'm the director of operations for MJHS Foundation. MJHS is a nonprofit organization that provides healthcare services to people in New York City. They provide hospice and palliative care, home care, rehab, and I work in the foundation, so I help raise philanthropic dollars for their programs and services. And MJHS has been in business for 100 years. So I'm bringing a nonprofit philanthropic fundraising perspective to this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Wangari Mwekia. I am a public finance management specialist, and I run a consulting firm called Expertise Global. And in Expertise Global, we advise government on how best to use their finances to maximize service delivery for citizens and households and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My turn?
Yes, it is.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, thanks. Thank God. I'm a tech guy. I didn't even hit the thing right. My name is Clayton Banks. I feel like I have an accent in here. But it's just great to be here. I'm the CEO and founder of Silicon Harlem. And I look forward to having this conversation because we've been able to attract over $100 million into Upper Manhattan. And I will tell you exactly how we did it. Everybody over there by the door, do you hear what I just said?
Everyone in the corner.
$100 million? Wake up!
Everybody in the corner, if you could take a seat, please. Thank you very, very much.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nexus C. It's certainly a privilege to be here. I'm a partner at O'Melveny & Myers, so my day job, I'm a litigator and trial lawyer, but I'm here because I'm also the founder of Niger We Can. And Niger We Can leverages the Niger spirit of the diaspora. It's a 527 political organization. Prior to the last election in 2023, the Nigerian presidential elections, we decided to create an organization that can serve as a vehicle for the diaspora to get involved. A lot of people want to find a way to pick the right candidates, have the right people in office, and reduce the delta between good candidates that they believe in, the financial delta between good candidates they believe in and others that either use government resources or financing from questionable means to find their ways in power. And so we use technology, mobile, online, and allow folks in the diaspora to donate. And we raised a good amount of money this last election, and I'm here to talk about that.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for your introductions. I'm going to jump really quickly to my first panelist, Dong, because you have to leave. And you mentioned that you're here to discuss more about financing. I think one of the good questions, and one that I've even heard even from the crowd as I was talking to a few people, is how can funding from Africans in the diaspora be leveraged to drive economic growth on the continent?
Well, thank you very much, Jackie. So my last job, I was treasurer of the World Bank, and before that, I was treasurer of the International Finance Corporation. So before I answer your question, I want to tell you a story. 2013, I led a team that issued the first ever IFC AAA Zambia Kwacha bond. And we wanted to use this local currency bond to finance microfinance organizations in Zambia. But when I said to the CEO of the local microfinancier, said, why don't you take the loan in local currency? You know what he said? I rather get your dollar loan because your dollar loan is cheaper in nominal interest rate. Mind you, in 2013, $1 is about 5 or 6 Zambia kwacha. But we told him, look, you are on lending to SMEs, and they work locally. They generate kwacha revenue. If you lend them dollars, and with the volatility, you don't know what's going to happen because the currency you borrow and currency you generate are different. So he agreed. 3 years later, he couldn't thank us enough because the Zambia kwacha went from 5 to 10. And now it's 1 to 20, meaning that if you had borrowed what you thought would be a cheap local foreign currency loan, it turned out to be more expensive, right? So what I'm reflecting is that whether it's the World Bank, African Bank, all the global lenders who are lending in dollars, they meant well. But if the source of generation of revenue is in local currency, I certainly think we should, from a public policy point of view, think more of local currency. This is where diaspora comes in, because when I issued the first Niger bond in Nigeria with my good sister Aruma Otei, the chairman of the Nigerian SEC, part of the buyers were from the diaspora, from the United States, right? So how can the diaspora, and it's a local currency, Nigeria Naira loan, bond with a 9% coupon, right? So you earn high coupon, you have a good return, you are supporting local entrepreneurs that generate local currency, but you protect them so that they are not vulnerable to the volatility of the currency. Let me just say second thing, because my current job, otherwise I would be fired. That is, last year, just before COP27, I sat down with Finance Minister, my good friend Zainab Ahmed of Nigeria, because what we are doing in the International Sustainability Standard Board is to introduce the first global standard so that companies can disclose sustainability matters. And Finance Minister Ahmad immediately said Nigeria will be an early adopter, recognizing if Nigerian companies now, in addition to disclosing their financial returns, they can now reveal their good story on sustainability, because the carbon emission in Africa is actually less than somewhere else, right? So that would attract global investment. So I just wanted to say, check out our website, ifrs.org. And Nigeria is actually the first Africa country that has officially committed at COP27 to adopt this standard. So Nigerian company from Dangote to MTN to others, will be on par with a lot of companies from developed countries in terms of a global disclosure standard to attract global investment. So I know my time is up, but thank you very much.
Thank you. And I know I appreciate you taking the time, even though we're running over and you've taken time and you have a flight to catch, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna move on to sort of the slightly other portion of the conversation around philanthropy. And I'm going to move this on to Chinwe, our next panelist. As we think about philanthropy, we understand that it plays a vital role, in meeting development challenges and mitigating crises in sub-Saharan Africa. But is there really a culture of philanthropy, and how do we actually promote that culture of philanthropy, both home and abroad?
Can you all hear me? Yes. Okay, so I have no grim statistics. I've done my research, and I know that a culture of philanthropy already exists on the continent, right? We have nonprofits that receive donations for programs and services. We have crowdfunding is going on right now. We have people receiving grants, people making grants. Family foundations exist. We know that companies have what we call the corporate social responsibilities, the CSRs, where they are mandated to provide social and environmental assistance to people in the community where they serve. You know, I know there's an oil and gas industry act in Nigeria that mandates that oil and gas companies set aside 3% of their annual operating expense, put it into a trust managed by the board that go into their CSR programs. And then I know that there are companies that really go above and beyond the CSR. So they provide electricity in form of solar. They provide electricity through solar power. They provide water. They build infrastructure. They have health fairs. They have job fairs. And a company, since we have to try and look inward first, a company that comes to mind is a company called Energia. Energia has a very strong CSR program. If you go on their website, you'll see it. So they are going above their 3% mandate, and they are doing much more for the community. The other thing I want to, as we talk about a culture of philanthropy, let's look at the stakeholders within each organization. Are you engaging them in a culture of fundraising and philanthropy? Do you have annual employee giving campaigns? Do you mandate your board? So let's start at the top. Do your board members have an annual financial requirement where they make contributions towards social and environmental programs? Are your contractors, your business partners, are they involved? Are your staff members involved? Can they be involved in food drives? Can they be involved in health drives? So that culture of philanthropy has to start somewhere. It has to start in a structured place like an organization. The other thing I would like to recommend is for corporations and businesses to start partnering with local nonprofits within the communities, because these nonprofits already provide those social programs and services. Start to partner with them. Can you start what we call a junior board? Bringing young people. You can call them a junior board. You can call them an executive young person's council. Bring them together. Give these young people a seat at the table. They'll be ambassadors. At the same time, you're also preparing the next set of philanthropists, the next set of leaders. Another thing that could happen is the company, in conjunction with some internal stakeholders and some external stakeholders, form what we call a women's council as a way to get women in the community involved in fundraising. So all these little discussions, all these little initiatives somehow start that culture of philanthropy. Also, at the I'm in the nonprofit world, in the nonprofit fundraising world. I could go on. There's really so much I could unpack right now, but let's start that conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna slide over to my next panelist here and kind of go through a little bit more about financing. And I think the points made about philanthropy are great, and I think that's just one sort of aspect of it. What are some of the various alternative sources of finance that exist, to support impact investing, maybe even to empower women and youth-based businesses on the continent? Do you have some ideas, some tips that you can share with us?
Well, thank you. I think really the answer to that question is even more around how can we improve what we already have in terms of the systems and the processes. So even in terms of how we attract financing, how we package, how businesses package, how they, their value propositions and how they attract financing, those could really stand to have some improvements. And also, I think even understanding how things work on the ground, because I think largely we tend to try to emulate what is happening in developed countries and those structures that happen in developed countries, whereas in many African countries, there are different ways in which people raise revenues. And sometimes they happen at the macro scale. We were talking about philanthropy. When we think about philanthropy, we think about the big business owners in America and in Europe, et cetera, in Asia. But I was thinking about this and I was reflecting on this question, and I was thinking, when I first came to the States, I remember I was coming to do a course called the International Baccalaureate, and my father couldn't afford to send me to the States. I would buy the ticket and all that, and my family couldn't. And what we did is, what was typical that happens in Kenya is that you get a bunch of people around the table, you go to a hotel or whatever, and then you raise money from your friends and family. And this is a very common way in which people raise finances for their education and other important things. And I was thinking, this could be an idea that could be applied. Think about micro-investing in a sense and saying, I have this great business idea, get people around the table and see if you can raise that money or create a platform through which people can then, go through various ideas and micro-invest, right? So I think there are ways in which we can adapt what we already know how to do and how to do well, and take it to the next level, digitize it or open it to a larger cohort of people who could invest.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And I think your points are very valid. As I had mentioned in the earlier parts of this, my name is Jackie Ogokwe. I don't think I got the full intro in the beginning, but currently during my day job, I actually work for, I guess, arguably one of the biggest private-run foundations, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and I've seen the power of philanthropy, basically change lives, right? And we've kind of watched through the various sectors, whether it be health, whether it be agriculture, whether it be climate, to really sort of push the needle on innovation. And I think, sort of moving into my next panelist here, Clayton, I think one of the questions I'm very curious about, or would like, for you to share some answers on, as we think of funding, whether it be philanthropy, whether it be impact investing, whatever that may look like, what are some of the tools and tactics we can use to help, sort of, if we go with SDG 1, right, like eliminating poverty, or at least bringing that down to a level where it's not as, impactful? How do we break some of those generational cycles, that's plaguing, one, the continent, and on a global scale as well?
I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I think one that we have to start, hopefully today, is we start speaking a little bit different. I've heard some of the same things like for many, many years, and I like your question because it begs us to say, can we change our language a little bit, right? It really comes down to, in my opinion anyway, I worked very hard in my life. I went to the best schools. I worked really hard, made a lot of money, and I was really focused a lot on me. When I worked with President Clinton of the United States, I did a project with him, and it was about getting kids to college, particularly Hispanic kids and black kids. That was such an impact. He went on CNN and talked about it. He talked about it all over the place. And we got a lot of kids in college. That, in my opinion, was much more gratifying than all the hard work I did. And it turned out that it actually created more money. And it's in his library right now. If you ever go to his library, I'm in it. I'm also in the United States Library of Congress. These were things because I was doing stuff when I changed my mind from how much I was, trying to just get as much money as I possibly could, but focused on how do I create new language which talked about impact. How do we become more thinking about humanity? And this is all about SDGs, to your point. So I'm just going to suggest, because I don't want to be long-winded here, but I will say that there's an opportunity now to truly meet that phrase that I've heard and I love and I feel I'm one, which is to be a global citizen. And when you think of it that way, you actually have a time, you have make more money for everybody. It raises the entire community and the cities, the states, the countries, even a continent.
Thank you very much. You can clap. That's good to clap.
A little bit louder, please. Just kidding.
And as I go into my next question with my next panelist, you mentioned, early on in your introduction, some successful sort of campaigns and things that you've done. I think it'd be great to hear a little bit more about some of the success stories that you've heard. I think, far too many times we hear about all the issues and the things that have gone wrong. What are some of the successes that you've seen in the work that you've done?
Sure. I'll start with a question to the audience. How many folks consider themselves a member of the African diasporas? Show of hands. All right. And of those who consider yourself a member of the African diaspora, how many have donated to a campaign on the continent? Okay, fewer hands. So our success story is trying to get more hands raised in that regard. We found that so many of us here in the diaspora, excellent professionals, we do well in corporate America, we've got mayors in this country, we've got congressmen and women in this country, but when it comes to leadership on the continent, it seems like we're lacking. And so our goal for Niger We Can was how can we galvanize our voices in the diaspora, make some good noise, make a lot of noise, and have small donations to large donations to support candidates that we believe can be transformational. We were very inspired by the recent 2022 Electoral Act in Nigeria that promised freer and fairer elections, and we wanted to do something about it and not just sit by the sidelines. And we knew that pooling money together wasn't necessarily the source. We wanted to do it the right way. So we created this 527 organization, which allows you to pool money together tax-free. We examined the laws in the country and found that individuals can donate funds to individual candidates in Nigeria as long as it doesn't exceed 50 million naira. And we tried to make sure that we had a way that folks sitting right here in New York or anywhere across the country, across the world, quite frankly, could donate to a candidate of their choice. Our candidate that we supported was the candidate for the Labour Party. In the last presidential election, we had donations from the Ukraine, from Ireland, from the UK, from the United States, all across the world donating on their mobile phones for this political cause. Campaigns are very expensive, as many of you know. If anyone's been involved in a campaign, you've got to pay for transportation, for the microphones, for food, for banners. And oftentimes, what keeps good candidates out of the political space in Africa is finance. And we wanted to see if we can solve that problem, and we've had some success in doing so.
Fantastic, thank you for that. And similar to the last panel, I want to keep this very interactive, and I'm looking to the crowd now for any questions that you may have for our panelists. Feel free to put your hand, oh, we have a hand up right at the back right here. Put your hand up and the microphone will get to you in a second. We have one right here.
Thank you. My name is Nota. I'm from South Africa. And I heard you speak about donating to campaigns in Nigeria from all over the diaspora. My position is that democracy doesn't happen every 4 or 5 years when there's an election cycle. And what you said about working within the laws of whatever country that you're trying to support to have democratic reforms doesn't really satisfy me, because we already know that the incumbents are the policymakers and the lawmakers in those countries, so they structure the laws in a way in which they can benefit from, either voter apathy or, a dejected public that feels like the laws are not in their favor. You say you're a litigator, and I would like to know how keen are you in clubbing together with other litigators who've got an affinity for, improving the condition of African people to actually fight litigation cases, to fight for different laws or to fight for law reform on the African continent, and actually raise funds for that as opposed to raising funds for political campaigns? Thank you.
Thank you. Feel free, yeah.
Excellent question, and very important. In fact, I was just at an event a couple of days ago put together by Appleseed, which is a nonprofit and they have the Attorneys General Alliance. And what they do is they gather African attorneys generals from across the continent to speak exactly to that, get together to talk about policy initiatives, policy changes, things that we can do differently on the continent. You noted elections are every 4 years, and we recognize that. The benefit of having a 527 nonprofit is that you can donate the funds that are pooled to any cause as long as it advances good governance. So we've donated to the campaign, but we also support other organizations. We'd love to partner with Yaga Africa, for example, and all the great work that they're doing with voter education and ensuring that we have a population that know their rights and are excited about the prospect of leadership. So there's a lot that you can do beyond elections. I think the key here, and the reason why I was very excited to speak to you all, is that what we did with Niger We Can, you all can do the same thing. We all can do the same thing. And I think the more of us in the diaspora that get involved and pool our resources, the better it will be in terms of candidates that we want to have in office. There is $3 billion or so in diaspora remittances to Nigeria. If we just get 1% of that, which is $30 million, I believe, I think it's now $1 naira, unfortunately, to $1 to 1,000 naira now. So that's about 30 billion naira that could impact a campaign. That can change a campaign, the direction of it. We've got folks who've been in office in Nigeria, supported politicians here, they can tell you. So I do hope that the message that is sent across is that we all need to do more, we can do more, and there are vehicles that allow us to do so.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions in the room? Okay, going once, going twice. Oh, there we go, right here. Your mic's right behind you.
Hello, my name is Shuruk. I'm from Egypt. I was just talking to my colleague about how Africa is a very rich continent with very much resources. But like speaking from Egypt, I can't speak for every African country. Our government is corrupt, and like we cannot really like utilize these resources. So how can we shift, like instead of like donating and everything, how can we shift our focus to making use and utilizing the resources that we have in our continent? Yeah, that's it.
Maybe I could respond to that briefly, and even just linking to what the first gentleman said about the bonds. I think diaspora bonds are, I'll come to your question, but diaspora bonds are a really compelling offer. But the challenge is around the questions that that everybody asks ourselves when they're investing in an economy that is perceived as weak, right? So if you're looking at, how does a government use the resources that it has? Yeah, how does it? What's the transparency? The Transparency International has an index to show, the doing business index, the transparency index, and if those are not showing good numbers when it comes to how to manage risk, then it becomes difficult even for the diaspora, who are committed and invested in the country, to then also now invest in diaspora bonds. So it was mentioned, I think remittances last year, or was it the year before, was about $25 billion. And it was mentioned, I think earlier, that remittances to Nigeria is about $3 billion. But I think the last time Nigeria tried to do a diaspora bond, they raised $300 billion, which is very impressive, but a drop in the ocean when it comes to the potential, right? So that speaks to how the risk, even for people who are from the country, perceive from that continent, and they prefer to send the money directly to their siblings or their family for various things. So thinking about the corruption and thinking about how do we then improve the institutions that show us how the money is being used, and what say do we as citizens, both locally and in the diaspora, how we engaged in that process. And if you look at what I know, that a lot of discussion is around Nigeria, and in a lot of ways Nigeria is kind of the ambassador of Africa. Whenever I go somewhere, they're like talking about Nigeria, and I think that's a very important role that Nigeria plays in the various ways that it does. When I'm thinking about Kenya, we had a new president that came in last year, and he had his first budget this year. And it was a budget that went against a lot of the campaign promises that he gave. And the citizens were really holding him to account, right? So they were saying, this is what you said, because everybody has a phone these days. They said, you said this, you said you're not going to increase taxes, but you've increased taxes. You said you're going to not remove the fuel subsidy, but you remove the fuel subsidy. And so the cost of living has skyrocketed. And so now people are actually matching, this is what you've put in your budget. You said you're going to spend X amount in education, you're going to spend X amount in health, you're going to spend X amount in water, and this is the finances you're trying to raise. This is a history of what budgeting has provided. The citizens are now starting to match that, which is something I've never seen before happening in Kenya, and something that I'm very excited that as I look at democracies like in the US, where people actually hold their elected officials to account. They say, you said this, I'm going to call, I always hear that, I'm going to call my, whoever, legislator to complain, and, you can do that. And I see that a lot of African countries, especially where I'm from in Kenya, that they are starting to get to that point where we're holding them to account. So I think once we start getting that, we start getting information, we start being really involved in the process, I think we'll start to see some dividends from that.
Yeah, feel free to add.
I'd also like to add that people on the continent should start looking at family foundations that exist in the continent. We have thousands and thousands of family foundations that do great work. A good example, a good module is the Tony Lumelu Foundation. They provide entrepreneurial grants to young people throughout the continent. They have mentorship programs, they have trainings. So maybe if there's a way to create like an online directory of all foundations, all family foundations that exist on the continent, so that grantees can access it. This compilation will have every single foundation, what they fund, their grant cycle, who the grant manager is, if an LOI is required, if a proposal is required. And this has to be accessible to people who need that funding. So an online directory of all foundations, all family foundations on the continent for the continent. Thank you.
So, what you're saying is that doesn't exist at the moment.
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's a business idea, everyone, right? Like creating this database of, organizations, foundations across the continent. Where's Chine in the room? Africa Policy Conversations. Hey, maybe that's our next project. But with us getting very close to the end of this session, I wanted to take the time for each of our panelists to just give us some closing thoughts. I think one thing I would like you to share is, what is your bright spot for Africa? What do you see as, sort of the hope, and what is kind of that next step that everyone should be looking towards? And yeah, I'll start with Nexus because we're going this way.
Can I just throw in a quick question?
Okay, we got a question.
Well, it's online.
Okay.
The Niger We Can, someone is asking if there's a website.
Oh, good question.
Yes, great question. I was torn whether I should put out the shameless plug or not, but I'm plugging since I've got permission here. You can go to nigerwecan.org, and you can check out the website, and feel free to donate if you'd like to.
Fantastic, and you can go.
Niger We Can, so NAIJAWECAN. Niger We Can.
Fantastic.
It's a double entendre, actually. All right, so in terms of bright spots, someone mentioned the End SARS movement earlier in one of the panels, and I'm very inspired by the young people of Africa. I'm very inspired by just listening in this room, all the different founders and ideas that we're hearing. My hope for Africa is that these young people ultimately take over the reins. I think one of the questions from the audience was about corruption. I think that the real issue we have in Africa is the lack of accountability. And one of the ways we can hold our leaders accountable as members of the diaspora is through finding ways to support leaders that we believe represent us. We do that all the time in the United States, in our various countries. We put money into the Democratic Party, Republican Party, the Green Party, if that's the party you support. But we seem to talk a lot about what's going wrong in Africa, but we're not doing a lot in terms of getting into the political economy and funding candidates. And so very excited about what I saw in this last election, the number of participations, people using their own resources to support a candidate that seemed like a long shot. It didn't cross the finish line, but got very close to it, and that's what inspires me.
Thank you.
So I am going to share just a quick 5 things we've talked about before, and maybe some of you have heard it before, but definitely want to do it one more time. And I'll start with electives. So one of the things that I look at is put together, whether you're in a city, whether you're in Egypt, wherever you are, there's 5 things you ought to do. Start writing this down, by the way. You might want to write this down, seriously. So it's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem. One of them is the electives. They speak about laws. They speak about how they can improve a neighborhood and all these type of things. They have a reason why they're in that position. Good language. Second one is your universities in your area, schools that are in your area. That's where the brain trust is, so you want to have that voice. With me so far? Number 3, you're also going to want to have the private sector, private companies that can actually help you financially and all types of other things that come with that. The 4th one are your nonprofits in your area, whether it's in our world that's like Boys and Girls Clubs and YMCAs and all these different types of things that are serving people every single day. And the number 5, is the public in general. Walk the streets, talk to the people, see what's going on. What are they talking about? If you can get all 5 voices to the table, the interesting part is they don't know how to speak to each other. But if you sit in the middle of that wheel, you obviously now have an opportunity to create an ecosystem that can not only bring in the money and the financials that are going to make a difference, but it becomes sustainable. That's what we did at Silicon Harlem. I started 8-9 years ago. And ever since, they call me now. Because we sit in the middle and we were able to translate the language that all those 5 different voices came in. So I hope you embrace that wherever you are on Earth, because I think it'll work.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll end with 3 quick things. So I think the first one is that there's a new palpable energy, I think, that's coming from the continent. And I think you just have to, I guess, open your social media these days. I'm sure from the crowd I'm seeing here that you probably follow something African-related. And you see how the presidents are speaking at the national events and the international events. You see the discourse, you see the questions that are being asked are really starting to come to the fore, right? So you'll find where Kenya is taking a big lead when it comes to climate, right? So a lot of questions around how are we taking advantage of our ability to attract climate financing because we are carbon negative. We don't emit a lot of carbon into the atmosphere. How are we taking advantage of the commitments? How are we taking advantage of the natural resources that we have? How are we taking advantage of renewables? There's so much. Everybody talks about the potential in Africa, and it continues to grow every time we move the next step. You're talking about the youth. Africa has most of these. You're talking about climate. We have we're carbon negative. You talk about women involved in SMEs. A lot of women are running SMEs, which are the largest businesses on the continent. So there's a lot of a new energy, and I feel like the governments are putting their money where their mouth is. And I think when it comes to one thing I think there's an opportunity is understanding climate finance and helping companies and governments to understand what the opportunities are. So I think if any of you are working in that space, most businesses in Africa don't understand how to engage. And if you have that expertise, or you can develop that expertise, you can really support them. 2 quick other things, I know you're pressuring me from the side, is Africans are starting to come together. The African Free African Continental Free Trade Agreement is really one of the most amazing things I think that is going to come out of the continent in the next few decades. African countries, most of you here are from Africa, we're all the countries are separate, right? We're not really connected. So even if I wanted to go to Morocco, I have to first fly to Europe and then get a flight from Europe to go to Morocco. If I want to go, to different countries, it's not that easy, and I have to fly. Driving is impossible, rail is non-existent, but I think with the Africa Free Trade Agreement, there's a lot of these conversations that are starting to happen, and infrastructure being considered, and how are we going to trade with each other without using a third-party currency. And so those are really exciting conversations that I think as Africans we're starting to come together. We're talking about visa-free travel. I think my president was talking the other day about, everybody came from Kenya, so we're going to allow everybody to come to Kenya for free because it's home, everybody's Kenyan, right? So this kind of rhetoric. But I think it's important. I think the last one, which I think Ghana is doing really well, is really incorporating African Americans into this space and saying, let's come together and do business together. And it's not, before we were like, we're all Africans, we're all the same, and, we should band together. But I think the conversation has moved to an economic conversation. How can we do business together? I was at the African American Institute Gala the other day, and it was so wonderful to see everybody talking about the successes of African Americans and the successes of Africans and the successes of Africans in the diaspora, and talking about it in one unified voice. And that really gave me a lot of energy, and I think those are the things that really encourage me going forward.
Thank you. And Chinwe?
Thank you so much. So I've been in the fundraising space for about 16 years, and I can tell you that I cannot do my fundraising without good data. I can't stress enough the importance of collecting the right data and manipulating it. So, I had a discussion with a doctor a couple years ago who was visiting from Nigeria, and we started talking about the type of data he collects from his patients and their families, and it was basically non-existent. It was just like a folder that had a name, an address, diagnosis, and that was it. And I said to him, if you go back, I told him what data points to try and collect. I said, if you go back, see if you can start collecting these data points. When you're ready, in about 2 or 3 years, I can sit down with you and we can start talking about a grateful patient or grateful family solutions, a grateful family program. I said, I can look at your data and I can predict the people that are more likely to make a planned gift, that are more likely to make a major gift. I can predict people who will give you money. I told him what kind of wealth indicators to collect. I told him what type of biographic and demographic information to collect. I haven't heard back from him, but I can't stress enough the importance of collecting data. You need data to tell your story. You need data to serve your clients, your customers. You need it to set your goals. You can calculate your return on investment. Again, you can use predictive modeling to determine people who are planned giving, major give prospects. Okay, so, and the last thing I like to talk about is legacy giving. So, which is also planned giving, right? People at this side of the continent or the world are beginning to leave name nonprofits in their wills. The easiest is to just name a nonprofit in your will so that to ensure that programs and services that you support continue beyond your lifetime. So for people on the continent, it might not be a right sell due to cultural, nuclear, extended family dynamics, but it has to start somewhere. And the best place to start the conversation on planned giving is through your board of directors. The board of directors at any company, any big organization, you can make sure that it gets to their board meeting agenda. When they are out on their retreat, talk about it. They can bring in a planned giving or legacy giving expert to come and talk about planned giving, but that conversation has to start somewhere.
Thank you very much. Well,
I've enjoyed this panel, I must say, and I think a few points that have been very good is, well, we really need to make our voice heard, right? I hope everyone took down Clayton's five points here so that we can kind of put that into play and practice. But I really want to say that, there's so much opportunity in Africa, and the diaspora is such a powerful, tool to sort of push the continent forward and to solve some of our own problems. And I think there's multiple ways, as many of our panelists have discussed here, on how we can get involved. I think we should also take the opportunity to discuss amongst ourselves during networking, like how can we create some of those partnerships? How can we create some of those, ways in which we can, either give back, start foundations, put foundations in your will. That's an interesting one that I will, start to look into, or have my parents look into at least, right? There's so many ways to get involved, and I think that as we take the time to, connect with ourselves here, let's find those points of connections and partnerships. Well, that is it for this panel, and I thank you all for paying attention for this long. I know next, I think food is here, and I believe I see some hungry faces, so I would say that we're gonna take a quick little break here to grab some food, and then sit down, and we have one more panel, and then we're good to, start mingling and networking. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jackie. And to our panelists, again, I'd like to ask that our panelists step to the left of the room for a quick photograph. As Jackie mentioned, we're going to try and, as we say in Nigeria, kill two birds with one stone. So we are going to try and give everyone a break to grab something to eat. But at the same time, as she mentioned, we also have a panel. And so every time we've tried to transit from one panel to the next, it hasn't really worked out very neatly. So I'm going to now appeal that this break is for you to grab some food. After that, please make your way to the bar, grab something to drink, make your way back to your seats, and then we will take the next panel. I also would like us to watch a short video, but I'm going to wait for us to get back to our seats. So, bon appetit, and see you in a few minutes for the next panel.
Hi, I'm Adeze. I moved back from the UK in 2021, and since then I've been volunteering at the AFPC.
Hello everyone, my name is Osakodalo Iwaisili. So I moved back from the US last year, and I work here as a policy analyst at Africa Policy Conversation. Well, I love it here, I love the work that we do. I have a personal desire to see Nigeria and even Africa as a whole get better. So here we're all about social welfare and just increasing or promoting prosperity for Africans.
Bonjour tout le monde, moi c'est Blessing Okoro. Je suis coordinatrice de programme ici chez Africa Policy Conversations. En fait, je suis rentrée au Nigeria il y a quelques mois, à cette année 2023, et je suis vraiment contente d'être là. Et je suis contente de partager cette expérience avec vous tous. Ici, en fait, au Nigeria, on fait des grandes choses et je suis contente de vivre ici dans mon pays, Nigeria. Merci.
So my name is Kennedy Tidene. I moved back from Toronto, Canada in 2021, and I've been volunteering for the AFPC since then. Prior to moving back to Nigeria, I have never been part of any policy advocacy work, and being part of the African Policy Conversation has really, really broadened my horizon. I am currently the strategy lead for their legislative capacity building program, where we've managed to train over 50 legislators for the Edo State government. And we're hoping to do so much more with our evidence-based, people-focused, data-driven legislative training program. AFPC has been so amazing for me. I've learned so much, and I connect with so many amazing people. And I would highly recommend it if you're planning on being involved in the policy space. If you would like to learn more about Africa Policy Conversations, to support or donate to this wonderful cause, please scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ichetim Balzuku, co-founder, co-convener, Africa Policy Conversations. So you heard from all of them. We have like a bunch of volunteers. We have over 300 volunteers. We have thousands in our community. We have
people spread across 3 continents, over 20 countries. A lot of people that just dedicate their time and put efforts into making the continent a better place. So you can also join us as well. So yes, you're in the diaspora, you can dedicate an hour a week, an hour a month, whatever you can spare to give to us, would accept. We have a QR code at the bottom of your screen. You can scan and donate and support what we think.
Because this is Africa.
Coming to you from AFPC, the African Policy Conversation. I'm bringing to you the AFPC Knowledge Center based in Abuja. This Knowledge Center comprises of so many beautiful things: African nature, African culture, African history, and so much more. AFPC has a Knowledge Center which captures Africa as a whole, the uniqueness of Africa and policy making. Africa Policy Conversation seeks to bring you a knowledge center which comprises of so many things: African monuments, African history, African culture, and nature as a whole. We at the African Policy Conversation are open to partnership, funding, and if you would like to know more about the Knowledge Center, donate, partnerships, sponsorship, whatever it might be, scan the QR code below and it will direct you straight to our website and our donation button.
I'm surprising to know that the event that you're currently attending was planned by these wonderful volunteers here in Nigeria and in the diaspora.
We hope you had a great time at our event today, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
And please to support us and to donate to Africa Policy Conversations, scan the QR code that is on your screen. En fait, pour nous soutenir, il faut juste scanner le code QR qui s'affiche sur votre écran. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
So from all of us here in HQ, Abuja, Nigeria, we're so happy you were able to find time to attend that event. Hopefully we get to see you next year. So from all of us signing out, thank you.
Hi, I'm Adeze. I moved back from the UK in 2021, and since then I've been volunteering at the AFPC.
Hello everyone, my name is Osakodalo Iwaisili. So I moved back from the US last year, and I work here as a policy analyst at Africa Policy Conversation. Well, I love it here. I love the work that we do. I have a personal desire to see Nigeria and even Africa as a whole get better. So here we're all about social welfare and just increasing or promoting prosperity for Africans.
Bonjour tout le monde, moi c'est Blessing Okoro. Je suis coordinatrice du programme ici, chez Africa Policy Conversations. En fait, je suis rentrée au Nigeria il y a quelques mois, à cette année 2023, et je suis vraiment contente d'être là. Et je suis contente de partager cette expérience avec vous tous. Ici, en fait, au Nigeria, on fait des grandes choses et je suis contente de vivre ici dans mon pays, Nigeria. Merci.
So my name is Kemeti Tidenue. I moved back from Toronto, Canada in 2021, and I've been volunteering for the AFPC since then. Prior to moving back to Nigeria, I have never been part of any policy advocacy work, and being part of the African Policy Conversation has really, really broadened my horizon. I am currently the strategy lead for their legislative capacity building program, where we've managed to train over 50 legislators for the Edo State government. And we're hoping to do so much more with our evidence-based, people-focused, data-driven legislative training program. AFPC has been so amazing for me. I've learned so much, and I connect with so many amazing people. And I would highly recommend it if you're planning on being involved in the policy space. If you would like to learn more about Africa Policy Conversations, to support or donate to this wonderful cause, please scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ichetim Balzuku, co-founder, co-convener, Africa Policy Conversations. So you heard from all of them. We have like a bunch of volunteers. We have over 300 volunteers. We have thousands in our community. We have people spread across 3 continents, over 20 countries. A lot of people that just dedicate their time and put efforts into making the continent a better place. So So you can also join us as well. So yes, you're in the diaspora, you can dedicate an hour a week, an hour a month, whatever you can spare to give to us, would accept. We have a QR code at the bottom of your screen. You can scan and donate and support what we think.
Because this is Africa.
Coming to you from AFPC, the African Policy Conversation. I'm bringing to you the AFPC Knowledge Center based in Abuja. This Knowledge Center comprises of so many beautiful things: African nature, African culture, African history, and so much more. AFPC has a Knowledge Center which captures Africa as a whole, the uniqueness of Africa and policy making. Africa Policy Conversation seeks to bring you a knowledge center which comprises of so many things: African monuments, African history, African culture, and nature as a whole. We at the African Policy Conversation are open to partnership, funding, and if you would like to know more about the Knowledge Center, donate, partnerships, sponsorship, whatever it might be, scan the QR code below and it will direct you straight to our website and our donation buzzer.
I'm surprising to know that the event that you're currently attending was planned by these wonderful volunteers here in Nigeria and in the diaspora.
We hope you had a great time at that event today, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
And please to support us and to donate to Africa Policy Conversations, scan the QR code that is on your screen. En fait, pour nous soutenir, il faut juste scanner le code QR qui s'affiche sur votre écran. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
So from all of us here in HQ, Abuja, Nigeria, we're so happy you were able to find time to attend that event. Hopefully we get to see you next year. So from all of us signing out, thank you.
Hi, I'm Adeze. I moved back from the UK in 2021, and since then I've been volunteering at the AFPC.
Hello everyone, my name is Osakodalo Iwaisili. So I moved back from the US last year, and I work here as a policy analyst at Africa Policy Conversation. Well, I love it here. I love the work that we do. I have a personal desire to see Nigeria and even Africa as a whole get better. So here we're all about social welfare and just increasing or promoting prosperity for Africans.
Bonjour tout le monde, moi c'est Blessing Okoro. Je suis coordinatrice de programme ici chez Africa Policy Conversations. En fait, je suis rentrée au Nigeria il y a quelques mois, à cette année 2023, et je suis vraiment contente d'être là. Et je suis contente de partager cette expérience avec vous tous. Ici, en fait, au Nigeria, on fait des grandes choses et je suis contente de vivre ici dans mon pays, Nigeria. Merci.
So my name is Kennedy Tidene. I moved back from Toronto, Canada in 2021, and I've been volunteering for the AFPC since then. Prior to moving back to Nigeria, I have never been part of any policy advocacy work, and being part of the African Policy Conversation has really, really broadened my horizon. I am currently the strategy lead for their legislative capacity building program, where we've managed to train over 50 legislators for the Edo State government. And we're hoping to do so much more with our evidence-based, people-focused, data-driven legislative training program. AFPC has been so amazing for me. I've learned so much, and I connect with so many amazing people. And I would highly recommend it if you're planning on being involved in the policy space. If you would like to learn more about Africa Policy Conversations, to support or donate to this wonderful cause, please scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ichitim Balzuku, co-founder, co-convener, Africa Policy Conversations. So you heard from all of them. We have like a bunch of volunteers. We have over 300 volunteers. We have thousands in our community. We have people spread across 3 continents, over 20 countries. And we have people that just dedicate their time and put efforts into making the continent a better place. So you can also join us as well. So yes, you're in the diaspora, you can dedicate an hour a week, an hour a month, whatever you can spare to give to us, would accept. We have a QR code at the bottom of your screen. You can scan and donate and support what we think.
'Cause this is Africa.
Coming to you from AFPC, the African Policy Conversation. I'm bringing to you the AFPC Knowledge Center based in Abuja. This Knowledge Center comprises of so many beautiful things: African nature, African culture, African history, and so much more. AFPC has a Knowledge Center which captures Africa as a whole, the uniqueness of Africa and policy making. Africa Policy Conversation seeks to bring you a knowledge center which comprises of so many things: African monuments, African history, African culture, and nature as a whole. We at African Policy Conversation are open to partnership, funding, and if you would like to know more about the Knowledge Center, donate, partnerships, sponsorship, whatever it might be, scan the QR code below and it will direct you straight to our website and our donation buzzer.
I'm surprising to know that the event that you're currently attending was planned by these wonderful volunteers here in Nigeria and in the diaspora.
We hope you had a great time at our event today, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
And please to support us and to donate to Africa Policy Conversations, scan the QR code that is being on your screen. En fait, pour nous soutenir, il faut juste scanner le code QR qui s'affiche sur votre écran. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
So from all of us here in HQ, Abuja, Nigeria, we're so happy you were able to find time to attend that event. Hopefully we get to see you next year. So from all of us signing out, thank you.
Hi, I'm Adeze. I moved back from the UK in 2021, and since then I've been volunteering at the AFPC.
Hello everyone, my name is Osakodalo Iwaisili. So I moved back from the US last year, and I work here as a policy analyst at Africa Policy Conversation. Well, I love it here. I love the work that we do. I have a personal desire to see Nigeria and even Africa as a whole get better. So here we're all about social welfare and just increasing or promoting prosperity for Africans.
Bonjour tout le monde, moi c'est Blessing Okoro.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I did say it would be tough to get us back together again, but hopefully you're enjoying the, I think, fundamentally Nigerian cuisine. For those who are trying it for the first time, we'd love to hear your thoughts on the jollof rice debate. But we really have to move on, more so as we consider the virtual audience that we have. So while I know we're all connecting and eating, of course, I would like to just now invite the next panel so that we can get that started as we enjoy our meals. So this time we're focusing on energizing Africa's future, powering progress while embracing green growth. And our moderator for this will be Brad Rawls. So Brad, if you don't mind, thank you very much for joining us. But as you can see, most people are occupied, so the applause may not be as generous as it should be. But for those who can, please, can you put your hands together for Brad as he comes to the stage? Thank you very much. We also have Dr. Uche Isiogo, the CEO of Infra Energy and Emerging Infrastructure Capital. Do we have Dr. Uche here? He is? Okay. Okay, there he is. Okay, please, a round of applause for Dr. Uche. Thank you. Mr. Yogesh Srivastava is the CEO of Kekno-Build. Oh, right. We met earlier. He has a very interesting story to tell. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We also have Mr. Walid Kareb Al-Falahi. He's the CEO of the CEO Dubai Consultancy and UAE Trade Center.
My audience.
Do we have him here? Okay, I guess not. Aminu Mortala Nyako is the Managing Director, Sebore International Farms. A round of applause for him, please. And we also have Dr. Hamilton Karanda Martin, who is the founder, Serengeti Hemp Holdings. Here he is. All right, I will now yield this stage to Brad.
Hello.
Do you want to sit over here so we can have everybody all in the line of feeling? Are you? That might work a little better, so I can just look one side. Cool. Hi. Guys, what an amazing event. Thank you, everybody, for coming out here tonight. We're so proud and happy to see such a collection of people, great talent, people who genuinely care, not just about investing, making a lot of money, but doing something that is going to be bigger than themselves, which is ensuring the prosperity of Africa through sustainability. And we've got today three of the people who are really pioneering that, and I'm very humbled to be sharing the stage with these three businessmen. So I want to introduce them. I'm going to try and keep this in a proper order here. So this is Mr. Nyako. He is doing sustainable farming in Nigeria. We have Dr. Isiago, who is in solar panels, and then we have Mr. Yogesh, who is in logistical development software for big-time construction. So, guys, if you stuck around for this, you're in for an absolute treat. These are fantastic people, and I want to have them introduce themselves properly, better than I could. So let's start from right here. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Aminu Murtala Nyako, and I'm the MD CEO of Sebore International Farms. It's a privately held export processing zone in northern Nigeria, and we currently process milk into dairy products in the northeast.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Uche Isiogo. I run a firm called Infra Energy. Infra Energy is a renewable energy investment company. We're based here in the US, in Florida, also based in Nigeria. I've got both teams on both continents. We invest in solar, battery energy storage projects for businesses. We give businesses this infrastructure over the long term, and we get paid over 20 years or so, basically what we call power purchase agreements that allow them to get expensive infrastructure that we finance. So we build, own, operate these energy utilities that power businesses with clean energy and help the economy grow more sustainably. Thank you.
Well, Africa is building one of the largest energy projects in West Africa, Nigeria LNG Train 7, a $9 billion job. And when they want to make sure every drawing, every material, every pipe, every steel, and the work that is being done at site is actually being done as they claim it to be, my company, TechnoBuild, is providing the digital execution platform. And that is our vision to help the world build better in a safe, smart, and sustainable manner. And I come from Calgary, Canada, with over 30-plus years of experience in heavy engineering and construction projects. And world needs clean energy, better infrastructure, and sustainable societies. But my passion here is Africa doesn't need to go the same route that everybody else did. The power of digital technology can enable you to get there faster, because when it comes to sustainability, you already have it ingrained in you. And so when you go out to build again, build things sustainably. That's what I'm here to share about. Thank you.
And we have a fourth panelist, Karanda Martin, who I'm going to let introduce himself right now.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Liberian, and I'm based in New York, and I'm all over Africa. I primarily focus on industrial agriculture, and we're currently putting an alliance together between Liberia and Ghana with 50,000 women for agriculture, and I'm here to help out.
The first question I'm going to have for the panelists is that the world has increasing energy needs. So I want to ask you guys, what role is Africa going to play in the next 20 years for world energy production to meet these world energy needs? And can they stay green doing so? So, Mr. Martin, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that's a very important question, and I think that it's quite beautiful to see you all in this room. The strategic position Africa pulls is that it has a fantastic landscape in terms of the vegetative position it holds, in terms of carbon sequestration, carbon finance, the convergence of vegetative regenerative agriculture that facilitates biodiesel, biocrude, energy, gas, and all the facilitations we need for the future. I believe that if we play our cards right, it's no longer about the position to depend upon the institutional finance infrastructure, nor is it about facilitating the blame game, but rather get out there, take a risk, take chances, because Africa is the future. Currently, we see it happening fast, very quickly in terms of the supply chain. The Ukraine war played a pinnacle role in that, and it facilitated Africa to take a strong position in agriculture, also in manufacturing, and the future is great. So believe in Africa, it will feed the world.
And what are your guys' thoughts? Because a lot of you guys down there, you're actually building some of this, the solar infrastructure, the green, the renewable energy. Is this actually realistic? Can we be green and still export energy from Africa and support the world economy? What are your guys' thoughts?
I'll jump in. Absolutely, we can. We need to move from an Africa of basically importing everything to exporting to the world, first and foremost. So, you know, we produce a lot of raw materials. We see what's going on with oil and gas. We extract that, we export it, and then we import that back as petrol or diesel. You know, that's not right, right? So essentially, you're selling something for $5 and then buying it back for $20, right? So that's not sustainable. So we need to curb that for the new economy, the new energy transition with clean energy, right? where we have solar battery energy storage. We're rich in rare earth minerals. We need to start doing value addition and doing production of battery storage. How do we get there? I mean, not in one day, right? We're not going to start producing batteries in one day to power the power grid, but we start small. We look at the value chain, and then we forward integrate. And what that looks like is, first and foremost, we start doing the processing of these rare earth materials, and then we start forward integrating to producing the cells, producing the modules, and then you start actually manufacturing. So we need to start doing that, and that also impacts solar as well, right? Solar has a lot of minerals that we have in Africa. We need to start using that to start manufacturing. So that's how we start the transition into supplying the world with value additive products and services. Secondly, we know that solar is low cost of energy compared to like other sources. We need to start doing more. We have a lot of hydro, have a lot of gas power, a lot of gas flaring that's happening in Nigeria. We need to make that more productive and use that into more productive sources like gas power. So there's a role for different types of technology, not just solar, not just wind, but different technologies that gives us a more diverse energy mix that makes us a more prosperous continent. That's where we need to go.
Great, thank you.
Brad, I'd like to add.
Yeah, yes.
I think you all are noting perhaps that there is a pivot happening where African continent is going to be the source of cleaner energy. And as that is happening, it is really important that, as you rightly said, that it's not about just extracting and exporting, but if you could build with what you got in your own country and utilize it. I mean, LNG, we are getting involved in the Mozambique LNG project, right? Nigeria LNG project, and many more. It's a cleaner source of energy, but I think what's important is the location from where these are being extracted, they themselves should be utilizing the energy that is being provided to the rest of the world. So it shouldn't be that you are burning coal and powering in a difficult way, whereas the rest of the world is just taking what you got. So I really urge for the people of the nation to build something with what you already got and build it sustainably and short-circuit the route to go through megacities, problems of megacities, because digital tech does help that you don't all have to now all converge into a big metropolis like New York, crowded all over, then only you can do something. You can still be distributed in your villages, townships, and contribute towards your development. And that way there's less impact to your own countries.
Okay, I think I'm going to answer this question in quite a different way. So I'm Nigerian, I live in Nigeria. And I think getting a perspective from someone that is looking at it from the continent out is kind of important for you to understand. When you talk about transition, importantly, you need to understand is where are you coming from and where do you intend to go to? If you do not understand where the continent is and where it hopes to go to, then energy transition in itself becomes a very difficult concept to understand and to appreciate, and then to formulate to get the kind of impact you're looking at. You see, too many things are happening in the continent right now. I know in the previous panels they spoke about the political transitions happening in terms of the dissatisfaction young people are having. You need to understand that in the sense of the technology side, you're looking at very decentralized systems of financial payments that are coming into Africa in a very major way. And now you're looking at energy transitions. The honest truth here is that other societies are moving into renewables for very different reasons, when Africa has to move into renewables in a very major way. You see, I don't know if any of you have looked at the grid of Africa, of what the actual electric grid of Africa looks like. The reason why previous projects find it difficult to take root, such as the solar panels across the Sahara, even if you put panels in the Sahara, how do you evacuate that power? there's no TCN, or how do I put it, there's no grid connection in the Sahara for you to evacuate power. What you need to realize, and what everyone in diaspora needs to realize, is that there is no legacy energy system currently in Africa. And for you to build out a legacy energy system like you have in Western societies, it's going to cost a lot of capital to be able to move power. The only innovation that has happened in the past decades that can allow Africa to energize itself and then to provide value add for all the resources that we're looking at right now is renewables. I'm saying this from a very personal point of view. Last year, we commissioned probably the largest dairy processing plant in Nigeria, and it's completely off-grid. We installed 5 megawatts of solar with 5 megawatts of battery, and the entire collection infrastructure spanning 18,000 farmers is all on renewable. This kind of impact, or this kind of spread that energy provides in order to transform agro-produce as well as mineral resources, can only at this point in time be achieved by renewable energy. So if you look at it from an economic standpoint, we know what climate change is saying, but we actually have a more fundamental need to move into renewable in the coming decades, and that is to transform and provide impact for grassroots people. Thank you.
You know, that's actually, that's a very interesting point. I think I'd actually like to see the panel expand on that, because oftentimes we have this idea that we should cut and paste what has worked with other countries. But in doing so, we're taking ideas from 50 or 100 years ago that may be completely obsolete. So does it make sense for Africa to invest in a Western-style power grid when they could produce the energy much closer to the communities? So is this something that is, do you guys think is realistic? Could we actually be powering communities with renewables without relying on a power grid? So you do solar panels, this is what you do. Is this something that's possible?
I think we need a diversified power mix, right? So there's a role to play for different technologies. You know, you have villages, for example, which typically are not the top priority for a project developer, right? With that, you can have off-grid energy. You leapfrog having to have the power grid go to villages or offshore communities, right? So there's a use case for that. You could have an industrial cluster that has a bunch of different manufacturing and different production facilities that has poor power grid in the area. For that, you can have like a solar embedded sort of grid that evacuates right there and powers the facilities on site, right? So there it makes sense. And then you have some places that have the power grid already in existence, and then you can either use that as is or just brush that up and improve that, you know. So different kind of technologies work. I'll give you an example. You know, when I first became an entrepreneur full-time, right, one of my first projects was trying to raise capital for some of the solar projects in Nigeria that had signed with the government. And these guys needed millions of dollars, right? I tried to do those projects, but we did not have evacuation, which is transmission. So those projects could not have financial close because you need all those things in place and a lot of other requirements for due diligence to actually raise the capital to build those projects and get them to market. So I quickly pivoted and started doing commercial industrial projects, which were with private sector organizations, bilateral agreements with credit-worthy people. And that worked out, right? So, but it took about a year or a year and a half to get that to work, right? So you gotta like figure out what works for every situation, and that's the cleverness involved is like you can't just have a one-size-fits-all approach, because that wouldn't work. Lastly, you know, right before COVID, I had a meeting, it was interesting, I had to go to Abuja. I got stuck in Nigeria for 7 months, right, because the airports were closed. I had a meeting with the then minister about doing a solar farm, which they were interested in, and what kept getting that held up was the transmission. this was going to be a new project that was not part of the original projects that were signed, and everything was fine, but except the transmission. So you need to have certain technology. It's a mix of multiple factors, right? The policy, the legal, the technology, and the commercial to get these projects to pencil out and to work out eventually.
Okay. What do you think on the agricultural side? So if we go to these renewables, to solar panel, how does that fit in with the production of food, the production of livestock? Is this something that is more of like, maybe it'll help a little bit, or can we actually run a farm with renewable energy?
Yeah, actually you can, because there's a complexity in terms of chemistry, the physiological components of vegetative state, and then the conversions by which we can turn them into energy. And most local African farmers, smallholders, are already practicing these kind of activities. In the conversion and the fast-forward moving continent that we believe we're going to achieve turning it into, what will happen is that we have to take some serious questions into stand. One is, what happens to all the smallholders? Let's say a guy makes charcoal. Now I create biochar. That's what I do, right? So I just took him out of business. But we created a new playbook. So what we're doing is creating alliances. To restrict deforestation, we grow something as simple as kanef, which is a subspecies dedicated and connected to industrial hemp. In facilitating this, we're not reducing jobs, but we're creating a more cohesive, repetitious, regenerative action that produces energy. What is the byproduct? Biocrude, which can be either converted to diesel, which we need domestically, we import it, or we can simply convert that to gas. So my belief system is that in response to my colleague there, we do need the facilitation of the solar, we do need the facilitation of all the new technologies that create the restrictions in terms of our dependency. But what we have to think about is that in that action, we have to create jobs and we have to protect infrastructure. What is that infrastructure? Energy is not dependent upon the 1% or the middle percent or whoever that is in terms of the African economy or those who have. What we really have to think about are the drivers. Who really makes money for Africa are those people that we have to protect. So energy fast-forward moving Africa means everyone plays a role. That means if you have a zinc shack and you live in it, we have to ultimately start to think about how we conduct energy for you. Can you afford solar? Perhaps not. Can we give you a boiler with diesel? Maybe that works. Do you use charcoal for energy? 85% of West Africa depends on charcoal. Perhaps the entire continent does. But what has happened is that it affects deforestation. And so I think what happens is that the future, Africa definitely has the position, that is why I'm in the business I'm in, to facilitate these changes, but we cannot afford to leave the small stakeholders out of the picture. And I see that every day with big corporations. I see that every day with a lot of multinationals. Of course, we can do a sugarcane farm that can produce ethanol. But what if we did a sugarcane farm? That's what I do with 10,000 farmers, and each farmer has a 25% stake in an aggregated group. So when I have my returns, I keep 75, I can give 25. In some cases, I give 50. Why? Because we talk about the development, we talk about the advancement, we speak of energy, but we never speak of the people. And so energy equals people, people are revenue, and so everyone plays a role in the future for energy in Africa.
Well, we're talking about infrastructure and the importance of it, particularly with having renewable, green energy. But one of the things that I hear all the time when I look at the Wall Street Journal or I read the news is that the next infrastructure project in Africa is going to be run by Russia. It will be run by China. It will be run by Turkey. So we have an expert here on actually building these projects. And I want to know is, can African infrastructure be built by Africans, and can it be built better than what we're seeing right now from China, from Russia, from Turkey? Can they do it better and more efficiently? So I want to go to the end of the table. What are your thoughts?
Coming from the construction projects, this is dear to me. Even as of today, with all what you are seeing as a built environment, we are going to actually double the footprint of whatever we see as built environment in next 20 years. So what all we build in hundreds of years, it will be doubled up. More cities, more airports, more rail, more apartments and everything. Do we do this efficiently? No. Even as of today, the construction projects have 30% wastage built into it. So it's not that in America we are doing a great job or in Canada or overseas. If we can reduce the wastage, rework, interruptions, and all that, that itself is a big savings. Can we do this better? Yes, because Africa can build better by themselves. The engineers who are working in Lagos or from Kenya, they themselves are bright people. If we are putting them in a strong guided framework, which helps reduce wastage and interruptions and inefficiencies in construction projects, imagine a 100-story apartment, 30 stories should have been given for free. That much wastage is what we have. So there are now methods available where right from your design, what are the sustainable aspects in your design? When you're going to build it, what is your carbon footprint during building it? And of course, when you operate it, then it has a carbon footprint. These considerations can be now bought in the next project that Africa wants to undertake, and it doesn't need anybody from elsewhere. They can do it themselves.
Outstanding, outstanding. Now, one of the other things that we sit there, we do the math for solar, for renewables, and oftentimes we find that solar really, it's not just something because it's green, it's the most efficient solution. So I want to ask our solar panel expert right here, what is the big challenge? What is holding Africa back from fully embracing solar as part of that mix? And what can we do to make sure that Africa energy production is as efficient as possible?
Thank you. So I think solar has benefited from pretty good uptake in Africa. We have a lot of resources. We have gas as well. Gas is a great source of energy. It's much cleaner than most sources, so that's also good. But when you look at solar, I think part of the help needed on solar is just the customer, the marketing aspect of it. A lot of folks think that they're going to have a 10-story building with 100 air-conditioned units, and then they're going to have solar on, and then their roof is so tiny to put the solar panels on. Obviously, that's like the extreme scenario, right? But the point is, solar works very optimally in some instances, and other instances, you need another source of energy. So I think part of that is the education. The other part is the development. So having the right companies develop solar projects such that those solar projects make sense. The first metric really is the cost savings. How much are you saving, right? You look at the alternative sources of energy. The first one is the power grid. In Nigeria, there's a subsidized power grid, and that's changing. And so to compete with something that's subsidized is pretty tough, right? So solar is now becoming more competitive because the subsidies are going away. The bailouts to the power distribution companies are going away. And so solar has become more competitive. Also, in Nigeria, a lot of the generation is based on generators, right? So you have, in businesses, you have diesel generators. Residential or SMEs, you have petrol generators, right? And so petrol subsidy has gone, but I just read today that I think it's kind of back. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. But either way, you have essentially, when market forces sort of occur and subsidies get removed, you then start seeing what's more economic and what's not. And we're starting to see a theme where solar is becoming a lot more competitive. In the U.S., which where I started my energy career, you don't really have a lot of subsidies here. I mean, you do have some hidden ones for like hydrocarbons, oil and gas, but generally you have competitive markets in 2/3 of the states in the U.S., and you have a situation where solar makes a lot of sense. Nuclear makes a lot of sense too, but gas power is driven by the world price, which is driven by supply. When you look at what happened in Ukraine, what's still going on in Ukraine, obviously you saw a lot of price spikes across the board. And we as consumers, at least in the US market construct, we don't get impacted by gas prices immediately from electricity. We do though for the car, for pumping fuel in the car. But for power, we really don't. And so you see solar start to shine through. Solar in the US is now about 10%. We have renewables about 22% in the US, primarily solar and wind. And so when you start removing subsidies and start seeing the true cost savings and impact, solar starts to shine through a lot more. Lastly, one thing I would add is for commercial enterprises, industrial users, the best case scenario kind of solar customer will be a large industrial that has a really large roof that can be leveraged for solar. Essentially a solar farm on the roof, right? So that helps you offset all your other expensive sources of energy, and solar becomes what helps you drive. You look at your income statement, that helps you drive your financials because now your power bill has been slashed into half. And we've experienced that with a lot of our customers, especially in Nigeria with their generators. We've got banks, hospitals, and a lot of these folks were using generators, but now they're using solar, and it's been working out very fine for them. So we're going to see more of that going forward, I think.
All right. Well, guys, I have time for one last question. So the Q&A, we'll do that outside. So now, I want to wrap this up because we got a lot of people who are in business. We have a lot of people who I just know they aren't going to sit out there being too flashy, but they've got sizable businesses. And I want you to just real quickly say a little bit about what your company could do. Keep it like 30, 60 seconds. When should someone call you? Who should call you? How can you help them? Elevator pitch. So let me start there and work our way over.
Okay. Two things I want to quickly say. One, that if you want to build something and you want to know that it gets done on time and within the budget, and there are no surprises, that's when things will get complicated, then you come to us. But more importantly, the other agenda item is women in construction. Digital technology allows to level the playing field in a great extent. I want to also engage with the community, the society, and the educational institutes who want the greater participation in construction projects. We would be happy to work with that.
The amazing, I know your company is awesome, but I don't want me to tell everyone how awesome it is. I want you to tell everybody, so.
Thank you. For us, it's simple. It's just power, right? Everyone uses power, so we help you get durable power that's uninterruptible. It's low cost, it's green, it's great for the environment, it's great for your business branding. We've done this here in the US, we've done this in Nigeria. Customers include banks, the US Embassy, hospitals, boarding schools. Anyone who uses a lot of power and need it for your company to function, give us a call. Thank you.
Perfect.
So I'm not really going to do a pitch of my company, but what I'm going to say is we at Sebore Farms believe that our model is probably going to be at the vanguard of the industrial revolution that happens in agriculture in Nigeria. The reason being is every facet that we believe has the potential to create wealth, to inclusive wealth, attract youth, and provide value for both Nigeria and the world is being encapsulated within the Sebore project. What I mean by this is Sebore right now integrates subsistence farmers, we power renewable, we lean on women within our dairy program. We also believe that the renewable serves as the backbone of the entire thing. I do not believe renewable in itself is the end state. What does decentralized clean power do to an economy of young people, of over 100 million people below the age of 18? That potential is what we should be looking at, and not just the clean part. We believe that the Sebore model, which works in very remote areas and can provide energy access in a very cheap way, is probably going to be at the vanguard of how Africa as a continent starts to convert their wealth, their abundant wealth, into riches. Thank you.
Perfect. And your closing thoughts?
Sure. I think that I agree with my colleagues on the side of the panel here. What we really do is very simple. We work with small stakeholders at scale because we have better quality. I believe that regenerative agriculture plays a role in energy, and we see that change every day. I agree in terms of the youth. They play a key role. We're looking at ways in which we can create a different kind of company. Most companies make a profit, and then the people work. What has to happen in Africa, specifically in the energy sector, is simple. We make a lot of money in the energy sector. So what we have to do is we have to share it. That's how I would close. My company is about the people.
Well, let's hear it for these panelists. This is absolutely, it's very humbling to be able to share the stage with you guys. Thank you so much for your insight. Getting any one of you into a meeting would be humbling. Getting all four of you at the same time, that's incredible. So we do got to close this up, guys. I'm going to turn it back over to our host for the evening and turn it back to his capable hands.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you so much. As usual, we need to take a photograph. I need everybody seated. Don't move. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Please, another round of applause for the panel. Thank you very much. Can you grab this? All right. I think we've had very, very robust and insightful policy conversations today. As we begin to wrap things up, I want to encourage you to check out the bar before you leave. I am told that we actually have to be out of here by 8, but just before we let you go, there is still one more video I need you to view. So can we cue that video now, please, before we welcome someone to deliver some closing remarks?
Hi, I'm Adeze. I moved back from the UK in 2021, and since then I've been volunteering at the AFPC.
Hello everyone, my name is Osakodalo Iwaisili. So I moved back from the US last year, and I work here as a policy.
Hi, I'm Adeze. I moved back from the UK in 2021, and since then I've been volunteering at the AFPC.
Hello everyone, my name is Osakodalo Iwaisili. So I moved back from the US last year, and I work here as a policy analyst at Africa Policy Conversation. Well, I love it here. I love the work that we do. I have a personal desire to see Nigeria and even Africa as a whole get better. So here we're all about social welfare and just increasing or promoting prosperity for Africans.
Bonjour tout le monde, moi c'est Blessing Okoro. Je suis coordinatrice du programme ici, curated Africa Policy Conversations. En fait, je suis rentrée au Nigeria il y a quelques mois, à cette année 2023, et je suis vraiment contente d'être là. Et je suis contente de partager cette expérience avec vous tous. Ici, en fait, au Nigeria, on fait des grandes choses et je suis contente de vivre ici dans mon pays, Nigeria. Merci.
So my name is connected to the NUE. I moved back from Toronto, Canada in 2021, and I've been volunteering for the AFPC since then. Prior to moving back to Nigeria, I have never been part of any policy advocacy work, and being part of the African Policy Conversation has really, really broadened my horizon. I am currently the strategy lead for their legislative capacity building program, where we've managed to train over 50 legislators for the Edo State government. And we're hoping to do so much more with our evidence-based, people-focused, data-driven legislative training program. AFPC has been so amazing for me. I've learned so much, and I connect with so many amazing people. And I would highly recommend it if you're planning on being involved in the policy space. If you would like to learn more about Africa Policy Conversations, to support or donate to this wonderful cause, please scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ichetim Balzuku, co-founder, co-convener, Africa Policy Conversations. So you heard from all of them. We have like a bunch of volunteers. We have over 300 volunteers. We have thousands in our community. We have people spread across 3 continents, over 20 countries. We have people that just dedicate their time and put efforts into making the continent a better place. So you can also join us as well. So yes, you're in the diaspora, you can dedicate an hour a week, an hour a month, whatever you can spare to give to us, would accept.
Hello,
everybody. I wanted to say a big thank you for taking the time, and for those of you who've stuck it out with us to the end. I know we've gone a little bit over time, but I just wanted to say a big thank you to everyone. Like our wonderful team has said, we are accepting donations in time, and in money. So there are QR codes around the room, and you can scan. Feel free to donate and support the work that we continue to do. And once again, thank you very much. And I hope you've all gotten something great from this conversation. Please take the time to mingle and talk, but we do have to be out of this room. Oh, Chinea, I was like, where are you? There you go. Another thing as well, please take your plates and throw them in the trash with you as well when you're leaving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Special thanks to our panelists. The conversations were so rich and so rewarding. Thank you to all our guests that stayed till the end. Please scan the barcode to volunteer in any capacity, with your time, with your resource, with your wallet, because obviously it costs money to put this together. But yeah, it's been amazing having you guys. We're going to be back soon in New York or DC or a city near you. So please follow us on social media at Africa Policy Conversations on LinkedIn, at Africa Policy Conversations on Instagram as well. You can also email us or call us. We're willing to collaborate with other like-minded organizations. So it's a wrap. Thank you so much, Jackie. You were amazing.
Thank you, Shanae.
Thank you to our wonderful team in Nigeria. They've been up.
They've been up.
In Nigeria and South Africa, they've been up tirelessly. Thank you to everyone, and God bless. Oh, and thank you to our partners, OVG in the house. Whoop, whoop. And thank you to the Vance Center for hosting us. It's been amazing. Adobe, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Bye, everyone.